live. We are live. Muting myself. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the fifth session of Papihos Dungeons and Dragons. My name is Jacob, or JC Productions, and we have today all of our characters returning with a new one. We have here today Rem, our gnome cleric, played by Helminia. Zex, our tiefling bard, played by James. April, our human ranger, played by Susie. Gilgamesh, the dragonborn barbarian, played by Alpha. We have Cinnamon, played our elven road by James. And then we have a guest character tonight, played by our lovely crispier toast, Josh.
Did you just almost call him crispy or chode?
Toad. No, but that would have been a good idea. I should have done that. All right. Where we last left off, you all have just arrived at Greywall, and looking around, looking through the city, you were able to find several points of interest, noting things such as the Royal Office, the Spectral Allies, a magic shop, Viper's Weapons, a weapon shop, Thorin's Forge, and then noting the two guilds of importance in the town, the Mage's Guild and the Fighters Guild. You guys were currently deciding in the middle of the city which guild suited your group of rowdy adventurers the best. What do you guys want to do?
I still think we should go to the Mage's Guild.
I agree.
As well.
Fine. You can go to the Mage's Guild.
All right. So, off on, you guys decide to go to the Mage's Guild. Working your way through the square. Is there anything you guys want to do before going to the Mage's Guild, or are we heading straight there?
I don't have any more business.
I have nothing to attend to.
I am good.
I'm just going straight there.
Awesome. So as you guys head there and go to the Mage's Guild, the first thing you see is the Mage's Guild is a wonderfully wooden building painted in this deep, lovely crimson red with golden tones for the arches. It rises up to be about 3 stories tall, which is taller than most of the buildings in Greywall. And you can see a large amount of people heading in and heading out of the building. As you go inside, you come to a type of reception area where currently in this waiting room, you can see a human-looking person standing at the desk, talking to a half-elven receptionist. The half-elf has a standard silvery hair about her that goes down to her waist past the desk, with these like neon blue eyes as she's talking and kind of brushing off the other person. The other person, who is holding this larger than a longsword seems, and they hold it quite casually over their shoulder as they are talking to this person. Although this person looks completely human, they have this seemingly otherworldly air about them as you walk in. What are you guys doing?
absolutely nothing.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I missed all of that.
Oh.
I had to go run and grab my notebook.
You guys
I
are
heard
all.
David
You
Ray
guys
I'm
are
the only
all.
one who was listening. I'm
guys-
literally the only one who was listening.
You guys are
I
all
heard-
me as well.
failures. You guys are
A
all
man
failures.
with a really large sword and a woman with an otherworldly
So-
aura.
No, there's a half-elven woman who looks standard for being a half-elf, silver hair down to her waist, except for her eyes, which appear to glow neon blue. It is the man who looks human, just looks quite human, just black hair going down. Just thank you for the subscription, Crabbed. With the hair going with their hair going down in a standard cut. Shut up, guys. With the hair going down in a standard cut, with holding a large sword over their shoulder, seemingly with great ease and no large problem. They seem to be put in sort of a conversation. But other than that, you guys cannot see what they're saying.
Is there a reception desk of sorts, or are they at the reception
That
desk?
is the reception desk. You can glean that the half-elf is the receptionist.
Can I roll perception to kind of like stealthily catch some of their conversation before I approach them?
Sure. As you're walking up, you can roll perception.
I have an 18.
All right. As you walk up, before you get within probably like 10 feet and they seem to stop talking, you can tell that they have been talking about guild admission. And basically it's between the two of whoever the male is trying to get into the guild and take a trial, and this elven woman is telling him that it is simply not possible to go into a trial without a batch of people, and currently there's no batch. As they go, you can see Riven, as you are talking to this person, you can see and hear the clanking of armor, and then you turn around to see a gnome with large, heavy armor that seems to make up most of their mass coming towards you.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but there's a party here for you.
Looks like I found my group.
Pardon me for a second, Riven. Hello and welcome to the Mages Guild. What is your business here today?
Trying to get in.
Riven, we've already discussed that, and we know that you cannot get in without a group.
Well, I see a group right there, and they're with me. They were just a little bit late. Ain't that right, buddy? I'm talking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Riven.
See?
We just got a
Riven?
little sidetracked.
Riven,
Maybe we should ask a name.
roll deception with advantage because Rem is helping you.
Okay.
So you
let's
roll,
roll it.
you roll a d20 and you add your deception modifier to it.
Out of
I don't
character,
have a
guys.
deception
Even if we
modifier.
don't want to,
Oh, is
we
that
just
just a
have to get
charisma?
into the try.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
maybe we should ask a name since we're bad
It
about
was a
that.
nat 20.
Oh, good first roll.
See, he's already starting to lie. We just have to go with it. Out of character, we just have to go with it.
What's your
Okay,
charisma
okay.
modifier, by the way?
+1.
+1. Okay. I can't believe that it was as close as it was, but good thing you got that nat 20. She kind of gives you like a side cock, and you can see Riven, you especially, Rem to a lesser extent, you can almost feel the tug of like an arcane energy kind of like combing up and down your body, trying to read you. As she stops cocking her head and slowly nods, it's like, well, I guess all I need is the names and just of the rest of your group then, which you rudely did not tell me we're coming. Otherwise, we could have had this process much more. This process could have been much more sped up. Is all I'm saying. Can I get your name? Everyone else, anyone else who is all part of this group, Riven?
You want?
I gotta handle something really quick. You guys gotta speak for me. I'm out. I'll be right back.
All right.
You want me to tell you their names?
Not. They can have Zek speak. Zek, you speak. I gotta do something really quick.
Zex will speak.
As Rem turns and just simply and quickly introduces themselves, giving a small bow, and then kind of gestures towards you, Zex.
All right, so I'm Zex. This is Rem, April, Gilgamesh. I think that's everyone. And I'm gesturing at people as I say their names.
Yeah, almost as you say, I think that is everyone. Zex, you hear the door open behind you guys, and almost pushing through you all is this tall, about a little over 6 feet tall. So the only person that is taller than them, I believe, is Gilgamesh. A little over 6 foot tall person pushes by, and the most immediate thing you notice about them is they are wearing a raven mask, a bone white mask in the shape of a raven, and you can hear the soft clinking as metal as there's a chain across his chest, almost like how a handbag would be. In his hand, he is currently carrying your elven rogue, who is currently seemingly unconscious. As they drop them on the ground, you see him all look between the group, and you hear this voice that sounds somehow at the same time hollow but very full. I believe this is yours. He was trying to follow me on the road. May have gotten a little turned around from your group.
Thank you very much.
As he places the elven, the dark elf on the floor, who's limp, not moving, unconscious, and goes and nods to the person at the desk, and she gives him a very quick nod, as you hear just subtly the clinking of chains and the movement of his cloak as he goes over to his table that's on the left side of the guild and sits down at it. What are you guys doing?
I guess I'll say, and Cinnamon as well here is in our group. Must have gotten turned around on the road. Lost track of him for a while.
Alrighty then. And she goes to a book. Cinnamon. Alright. Well, once your friend wakes up, actually, and she moves her hand, and this person that you didn't see before comes over, and it's just this stout little dwarf. He opens up a small can and puts it underneath Cinnamon's nose. All of a sudden they jolt awake, just
What did I miss?
We got Cinnamon back.
Oh,
and
where did he come from?
They just woke up.
He got dragged in unconscious.
Okay. So it wasn't the marble.
And Cinnamon, all you remember as you wake up is you were following the group from a distance as you woke up a little bit later, and Silas, the innkeeper, told you where to go, but then got distracted by this raven-masked figure. And as you followed him, that is the last thing you remembered, is you started to follow him. And now you're waking up on the floor of this building.
All right.
Isn't that nice? All right. What do we need to do to get into the guild?
Okay, so what you all need to do is to get into the guild. Underneath a group, Riven's group, as Riven was the first to come in here, you will all go through a multi-staged trial. If you pass the trial, you will be able to gain access to the guild, and I can go through what benefits you get in becoming part of the guild. And if you don't, it's no harm, no foul. You can always, of course, go to the Fighters Guild if you need a easier challenge. And, of course, if you didn't want to settle for less, you are always welcome to come back and try tomorrow.
All right, thank you very much. Real quick, before we get started, can I ask your name?
Oh, of course. My name is Jaylene. I am just simply the humble receptionist, of course. And as she says that, her eyes seem to glow a bit more. She kind of giggles to herself.
Well, thank you there. Can you give us any hints on what we might come up against in this trial? Is that purely confidential?
It wouldn't be much of a trial if I explained everything. That'd be such as giving you a cheat sheet.
Hmm.
Can you
well, as long as...
can you excuse me while I talk to my companions for a second?
Of course. Just tell me when you're ready. I will, excuse me, and she kind of like waves again at the dwarf. Would you please set up the trial? I believe we may be having a set of hopefuls today. And he kind of nods and walks off in a direction. Of course. Take all the time you need.
Thank you. We're gonna like.
Should we make sure
go
we're not
away.
being
We're gonna move away.
overheard
Yeah,
first?
we're not in
Okay.
earshot distance.
You
We're gonna
guys,
move, like,
are you gonna move like towards the tables, towards the right? Because there's
Yeah.
tables on the right, and then the left side it seems to go off into branching hallways.
yeah, I'm gonna use like my hand
so-
and like usher them away. Like, we'll be like,
Okay.
let's go, let's go.
We want to make sure we're out of earshot from that raven masked guy.
All right.
Over
So you
by the
guys
tip.
sit down as physically far away from the guy in the raven mask, or just sit down.
As far
Just-
away as humanly possible.
So you guys, he's sitting about like a third into it. So you guys go and sit like against a wall. And he doesn't seem to take note. All he has as you guys walk by, he has this small leather bound book open and a quill, and he's currently writing in it.
Mhm.
And as you guys sit down, you guys can pull together chairs, and all of you sit at a table.
Okay. Firstly, which one of you is the leader of this group?
It's mostly Rem and myself, I would say. Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you back there for chumming in and saying that you were part of my group. I appreciate that. I'm trying to get through this so I can get into the guild, and it's been a pain because I've been usually doing solo work.
There was no
No
problem. You helped us
problem.
expedite the paperwork.
Yeah. Anyways, let's just get through this, okay?
Of course.
Are there any
No
drinks?
problem.
Can I get a drink?
As you are looking around, currently there's only you guys, the receptionist at the desk, who's a bit far away, and then the Raven Mask man. You don't see anything right here, and you get a feeling this might be a holding, like a holding place for the reception. There might be a bit more. It was a large building when you guys approached it. This might not be the place to
Alright.
get service.
Shame.
Well, then, since there's no drinks, is everyone prepared to go in here? Is everyone ready? Do we need to prepare for anything else? I have healing potions to dole out if we need some. Oh no, how bad this is gonna be. I have 4 extras. Who wants one?
I'll take one.
I
Okay, so you'll each take one then.
Okay. Zex
Add
hands
that to
out.
my equipment.
Yeah, Zex has potions. Just a healing potion. It is 2d4 plus 2 to Riven and Cinnamon.
I have a tiny shield if anyone would want that.
Shields aren't my thing.
Tiny shield. And a
Tiny
mace.
shield. Yeah, I'll
Just in
pass.
case you want to deal out some equipment. I don't know why I have a light crossbow with no bolts.
Oh, because you gave me all your bolts. Let me give you 10 bolts.
I don't need those. You can keep that. But I'm like, wait a minute. I got no bolts. Okay.
All right, we good to go?
Alright. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna stand up and go back to the desk and tell her we're ready.
Alright. We'll follow you.
Okay. As you all step up, she kind of like leans towards, like, are you all prepared?
Guess we are.
Yes.
Wonderful. Follow him, and she gestures, and just kind of like popping out of nowhere behind you is the dwarf that you had all seen. And he kind of just gestures with like a fist to his chest, just pointing at himself, and he starts walking off towards the left side.
We'll follow him.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. As you guys follow him, you, all of you pretty much, after a couple minutes, seem to lose track of where you're going, as the walls seem to impossibly move and curve and just go off in impossible directions, and you quickly lose track of where in the building you all are. Then the dwarf gestures towards this large stone door.
Alright. Is this a trial room?
And just kind of nods.
Alright, well, no going back now. I'm walking through the door.
All right.
I follow suit.
Okay.
As will I.
All right.
Guess I'm going as well.
All right.
let's make that 6.
All right. Everyone walks through the door, and you are immediately all entrenched in darkness. Those with dark vision can see as you all
That I can.
stand in this very, very dimly lit room for you. The rest of you have problems seeing. And
Did the door disappear? Or are we just like in an open
the
space
second
now?
the second Cinnamon walks through, he closes the door kind of unconsciously, and as you look behind you, you can no longer see the door.
Okay. So
You all of a sudden
have-
hear the half-elfin voice. Please walk towards the center of the room, and this small, you guys can see this kind of small glowing purple stone pedestal.
perfect. I'm gonna walk towards it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go towards it.
I'll follow suit.
Awesome.
How dark is it? Even with that little
That is as
thing in the middle.
far.
Is that
That is as far as you, as anyone with dark vision can see.
So I'm gonna ask this as a general question. Does anyone have any spells to shed light?
I can, yeah.
I do, but I don't want to waste a spell slot on it.
Okay. As
Anyone
you guys,
have any cantrips?
as you guys
That's what I
are,
have. I have a cantrip. I have a
Yeah.
light cantrip.
as you guys are saying this, all of a sudden a kind of spectral light seems to come straight down on all of you. Those with dark vision are a little bit, like put off for a second, as all of a sudden
God, my eyes!
their vision travels from like the black and gray of dark vision to like full color,
My cones.
and it kind
My
of
cones.
it kind of like shocks you all for a second, and
my corneas.
That is still all you can see, as that box is cut with harsh light.
I'm gonna touch the pedestal.
Okay. You put your hand on the pedestal, and it's just cold.
Wait, I'm gonna. Oh, okay.
Just
never mind.
cold?
Just
Okay.
cold with
Great.
stone. All right. And you hear Jaylene's voice. Are you all ready to start the trials?
Yes.
All right.
Anyone
Let's-
else? Anyone else? Everyone else should chime in. I don't
This
want
is
to
what
be
I
the
came
only
here
one.
for. This is what I came here for.
We're here.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. Let the trial begin. And with that, you all see this distinct glow at the top of the roof. The roof is about 30 feet up. You can all see this distinct glow on the roof of this room. As everything else fades into darkness and the harsh actual light that was going through and showing to all of you fades, all you are left with is this bright ball of light on the ceiling. And you hear Jaylene's voice. Part of the Mages Guild is being able to identify what spells are being used against you. What is this spell?
Could you describe it for me again, real quick?
All you see is this probably a bit brighter than a torchlight ball of light that's going from coming from the roof.
Isn't it just light then? I'm pretty sure that's what light is described at. It's just a ball of light. Yeah.
What are you saying?
I'm gonna
Can I
say
use
light.
my investigation skills on this?
Use perception.
Oh, I'm gonna
Oh, that's a
use
good
my
point.
perception.
I'd like to as well.
Okay.
Me too.
Anyone who's wanting to look at it closer, roll perception.
Ah, yes.
I got
The light is made of light.
13. Is there a perception modifier?
There is.
Yes.
Wisdom.
Where
I
is
got a
that?
19 total.
It's on your skills. 19.
Skills. Oh. I have a 0 modifier, so 13.
I have a 12 total.
All right. As you're looking, Zex, you're able to reach into the arcane that you've known, and Riven, even though you haven't, you're not entirely used to seeing it from other sources, as it is something that is deeply imbued within you. You recognize it almost immediately as you focus your eyes on it, and both Zex and Riven almost at the same time realize that this is a light spell.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
I'm gonna throw my answer out. Final answer.
I'm gonna
it's light.
tell our group first. Tell our group first.
Okay, as Zex
Before you
turns
start
to the
yelling.
group, as Zex turns to, it already happened. As Zex turns towards the group,
Already.
Riven takes a half step forward and declares that it is a light spell. There's a slight echo as it goes out, and then a correct. Congratulations.
Turn around to the group. Open arms. What'd I tell you?
Next phase of the trial, and all of a sudden these 4 slits on the ground seem to open, and you see 4 people pushed through, 2 men and 2 women, who are all looking at you silently, without anything, with their arms crossed.
Can I roll a
I'm gonna yell
perception
at
to
them and
see if
ask
they-
them what they're doing.
Oh.
You just say stuff. Don't tell me what you're doing.
What are
was
you doing?
Okay.
You get no response. They just standing at you, just kind of looking at you.
Can I roll
I'm
a
gonna-
perception to see if they look threatening?
Sure.
There.
I need to know the distance real quick. And
14.
crap.
They don't look threatening. They look. They're standing in a neutral position. Just the only thing that could even be remotely perceived as threatening is that their arms are crossed. But they're wearing plain clothes. They have no weapons on them. Something you do notice looking between them, the girls and the guys. There's 2 girls, 2 guys. They look exactly the same.
Huh.
Hello.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Mage Hand and poke the guy right here.
I'd like to investigate after he's done with that.
Okay,
Oh, I
right
will
here, this
investigate
guy.
with Helmini
Or
as
no,
well.
where am I at? I need to know. Hold on. Oh no, I have to make sure I'm within range. That one's not in range. That one's just barely in range. That's the one I'm gonna poke.
So you're poking the woman?
Upper left-hand corner.
So the man. Okay. As you cast this arcane hand that kind of reaches out, it makes a contact with it. They don't seem to react though.
I'm gonna walk up to him and wave my hand in front of his face.
Okay.
Hold on, let me open this back up. Too many tabs.
Okay.
Walking over, waving my hand in front of his face.
Okay. Nothing happens as you move your hand in front of them. They don't seem to move.
I'm
Rem,
gonna say
I believe you
I
were doing
think
something.
they're-
Can I roll that
Rem, yeah.
investigation?
Yeah. Which one are you investigating? Or are you just gonna move between them?
I'll move between them.
Okay.
7 on one.
Okay. Seems like a person.
On another.
12?
10.
10. Seems like a person.
8.
Seems like a person.
6.
Seems like a person.
I know what this spell is, I think, but I don't want to make any guesses and get it wrong.
Hold up, can I use my investigation skills?
Sure.
Okay. Am I doing it like what Helminia did?
Yeah, if you want to move between them.
Alright, yeah. Okay. 10?
Looks like a person.
20?
As you're looking, you see a very quick, almost too quick for the normal eye, almost like a flicker in the form.
Which one am I looking at that I see a flicker at?
Let's say first you moved up to the guy that Zex was working at.
Okay.
And then you moved up to the woman, and you saw a faint flicker.
Okay. I am going to do something drastic.
Please don't.
I'm going to kind of wave my hand like in their face, you know what I mean? To like
I just,
kind of see if it's an illusion.
Into
just-
the face.
Okay.
Like I'm gonna like it's kind of like a smack, but I'm gonna hope that there's no contact.
Okay.
Okay. What do I roll for that?
Are you gonna like slap him, or are you just gonna put a hand on them?
Well, I don't want a full-fledged because this is a woman. I don't want it to be a real woman and
Oh,
accidentally like full-fledged
you know what?
smack the
Screw
shit
it.
out of
I'm
him.
gonna lay a hand on this guy's chest that's right in front of me.
No, that's what I'm. Hey, that's what I'm trying to do. But I'm trying to like, kind of like gently
Like rest your
prod my
hand
way.
on her shoulder or something, or
Kind of, yeah, sure.
okay.
See if it like any resistance.
I'd like to hazard a guess. I'd like to put it out to the party and have them decide if I'm right or not.
Hold up, I'm in the middle of touching somebody.
As Riven reaches out, the hand makes contact. There's something odd about it, especially as the hand, even though it makes contact, they do not seem to react at all.
Could they be like, oh, what's it called? Familiar isn't the right word, I don't think.
Okay.
Like a construct of some kind?
I guess it's possible.
I'm gonna do something even more
That's
drastic
my
now.
best guess.
I want to hear. Wait, I want to hear what Helminia wanted to say first before I do what I do.
This feels like a mirror image spell to me, but I can't be too certain.
With that, I'm gonna full-fledged throw a punch right in their face.
Okay. Roll to hit.
What do I roll for that?
You roll the d20,
D20.
and then you,
Okay.
for hitting them with a fist, you add your strength.
Okay. Just strength in total or the strength modifier?
Strength modifier.
Okay. I rolled a 7.
As you cock back your hand and move, You seem to slightly, ever so slightly, move their head to the side, and your hand misses them.
Okay.
I swear I gave it all I got.
I'm gonna run over to him, seeing him do this, and ask him what the heck he's doing. There, over here. What the heck are you doing?
My job, investigation skills, testing things. What are you doing besides poking him?
I don't know, trying to determine what the heck they are. This is obviously a spell. I'm thinking Rem probably has the best idea, and we should go with that instead of trying to beat the shit out of these guys.
You know what? It's not even worth my time.
I don't even know if this is the right thing I would be saying, considering I'm the guy.
Yeah, I'm really confused. Like,
Yeah,
you seem like the one to punch it.
Weird change of heart.
it's okay. Anyway, Rem, I agree with your idea.
I guess I'll say it out. This is the mirror image spell.
Correct. And almost as that, you hear muffled chuckles, a man and a woman from below you guys, and the spells as they all fade away.
Are they making fun of us?
Yes.
Probably.
I don't like this anymore.
Keep your composure, leader. This is your party at the moment, is it not?
Listen,
How do you change which way your character is facing?
You click
Like
them,
this.
and there's a little like blue square to their back, and you can rotate that. Like this. See
Aha.
All
how you
right.
do that.
As you guys are asking, are they making fun of us? What you hear now is this low, like, sounds of almost earth crumbling and cracking and stones being rubbed together coming from the darkness as the light has come back when the mirror images came up. Now from the darkness you hear the sounds of these like stones being rubbed together and earth moving and shifting.
Can I roll perception?
Sure.
15.
There is very clearly something coming up from the upper left and the lower right of you, and they are moving closer.
Upper left, lower right. Okay.
can I roll my perception as well?
Mm-hmm. You just hear this low.
12?
Like a
You
gorilla.
can hear the shifting, but you can't discern the direction.
I'm
it's
going to
getting
tell everyone which
progressively
direction
louder.
it's coming from. I'm going to tell everyone which direction it's coming from.
All right. And as this
Which direction?
happens, as they're pointing, almost as they start pointing to the upper left, almost as if on cue, you see this giant hulking mass of earth come out from the darkness.
Oh, it's a
And
Oh.
as you were looking, you realized that there was another sound coming. Zex, you spin around to see the other same figure moving throughout. I want
spin around.
everyone to roll initiative.
Oh no.
Does initiative have Oh, it does have a modifier +2.
Initiative is plus your dex modifier usually.
Yeah, I got 18.
I got 21 for mine.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you guys for initiative order. Anyone above a 20?
Me, I had a 21.
Okay. Anyone 20 to 15?
17 for April.
18 for Riven.
Okay.
18 for Gilgamesh.
Okay. 15 to 10.
Hold on, these are made out of inanimate matter, yeah? Inorganic, I
You
mean.
don't know.
You said
10.
Okay, never mind.
10 to 5.
I got a 5.
Okay. Who else? Anyone didn't get their thing in alpha? 3, 4, 1. How many, what is Rem's initiative? Alright, they're not there, so I'm going
Who
to
could
say
say?
they're at the bottom.
He
Okay.
said he had to go.
Okay.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. How many?
Oh.
He had to go.
Alright, this is why I have you guys'
Ah.
sheets. This is why I have your sheets. As this happens, you can hear the shifting and moving as they move towards you, and it becomes pretty clear, apparent that they have bad intentions. Zex, you are first.
Zex, I am first. Okay.
Did we
So I'm
roll
gonna
for
move
initiative? I
here.
had to step away for a second.
Yeah,
Yep.
I did.
So, since I'm going to assume, based on the descriptions, that it looks like they're made out of dirt, that they're made out of inorganic material, and because there's only 2 of them, and I just don't care right now, I'm going to shatter the one closest to me.
Okay.
So just on top of them.
Okay. Remember, they're your spells. Tell me what they do.
Oh, yeah. So he needs to make a Constitution saving throw, and if he's inorganic, he is disadvantaged.
Okay. Okay. That is a
Okay.
failure.
Okay, so he will take 18 thunder damage.
As you move it towards him and focus a shattering impact, you can see the earth and stone on him. The stones in his body seem to crack and the dirt starts moving off in chunks, but it keeps moving towards you. Riven, it is your turn.
Okay, can I roll a perception to see if these things look evil?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, 17.
These things do not look inherently evil. However, they do have... It is very clear to see in their eyes that they have ill intent towards you guys.
It's good enough for me. I am going to use my Eldritch Blast.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot the one in right there though, bottom right corner.
Bottom right corner. Okay.
Okay. 1d10. 1 second.
So you make a ranged spell attack against it.
Yes.
So roll your d20, add your spell attack modifier at the bottom to it.
Wait, hold up. Wait, I roll. Okay, so I roll a d20.
Yeah.
Yes.
To see if you hit it.
Wait, this isn't a spell. It's a cantrip.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cantrips
Okay.
are
It's a
spells.
ranged spell attack. You roll to hit it.
Okay. Do I add any modifier to it?
Your
It's
spell
18,
attack.
Naturally. Where's the spell attack?
That's your
It's at the
intelligence.
bottom of the sheet.
It's 20 then.
Okay. As you... It streaks out and slams into it.
22 actually.
Roll damage.
Roll damage. Okay. 1d10 baby. Come on, hit him good. I got a 5.
It streaks out and slams into it, kind of like making it slightly shift, but it does not seem to move that much. Small bits of dirt fall off of it. Gilgamesh, it is your turn.
So I don't have dark vision or anything. So would I know where these guys are?
Yes, there's currently a kind of arcane light lighting up everything. Dark vision is not a factor here.
So I'm here. So I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So yeah, 1, 2, 5. I'm gonna run up to this dude and take a swing at him.
All right, roll to hit. Are you not raging?
Do I? Oh, I do have rages. I didn't think I had any. Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
Does a 6 hit?
No, a 6 does not hit. It connects, but it bounces off, seemingly to no effect.
That's all.
That's all?
Yeah, I got nothing else.
All right. As you slam against it and you look at it, it is still bigger than you. As it head, you hear the as it moves down. It is going to pull up its earthen arms with slight dirt coming off of its arms and slam down into you. That is a 21 to hit.
Oh, yeah, nope, that hits.
As you take 8 points of damage.
Okay.
Pops into you. And you said you weren't raging, right?
I did.
Okay, so you take half damage since you're raging.
Okay, yeah. So I would only take the 4. Okay.
Mm-hmm. As it pops into you. It is now April's turn.
I'd like to cast Hunter's Mark on the dude, the lowest, the guy to the south.
Okay. Do you cast Hunter's Mark?
And I'd like to shoot him with my longbow.
Okay. Roll.
Not one.
As you pull it back, the arrow splinters on the bow. As you have to spit some of the splinters out of your mouth.
That's nice.
Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Cinnamane. It is your turn.
All right. What am I doing?
Your current.
What are you doing?
What are
Do
you
I
doing?
need to do anything?
If you don't want to, everyone else is attacking the dirt and stone figures that are surrounding you guys.
Well, it looks like there's only 2.
You can do whatever you want.
I'm sure they got this.
Okay, so what are you doing? Nothing?
I'm gonna just bide my time for now.
Okay, so I'm gonna say you can hold your turn, which means you can put yourself lower in the initiative order. But if something happens, you can say, "Hey, I'm gonna do this now."
Yeah.
Okay, Rem, it is your turn.
We're still trying to pick out what spell was cast, right?
You don't know.
I mean, my character was here for that. And I'd assume they'd want us to pick out a spell. I would like to hazard a
haven't-
guess.
Okay.
I
We really
bel-
did just start swinging.
I think this is the summon elemental spell.
You hear a slight chuckle from the speakers. Nothing else seems to be said. You just hear the half-elven voice kind of chuckle from the shadows almost.
Oh, that's nice.
And the things are still here?
Yep.
Okay, I'm pogging off. The one they're attacking? Give me a con save, homie.
9, which is a failure.
Failure. There it is. 1 damage. Hey.
As
Living like Larry.
you know deep in your soul it did something, but it does not look like it did anything. The one at the bottom just simply moves up, moves closer. Zex, it is your turn again.
Oh,
Give me
that one do
just
be
one
approaching.
second. Oh, from here. In the range. He's out of it. Okay. That's what we're going to do. From that spot, we cast Shatter. This spot right here.
Okay, and that's a Constitution saving throw.
Yep, with disadvantage if they're inorganic.
Okay. That is a 13.
That fails.
Awesome. Roll damage.
That'll be 6 damage. Yeah.
Okay, as it again, you see slight rocks crumble and slam into it, like moving around, but it just keeps trotting forward. Riven, it is your turn.
Okay. That one's got a skull on it. What's that mean again?
It's
Got
Hunter's
Hunter's
Marked
Mark.
by April.
Okay. I'm gonna. Second. Okay. So I am gonna swing on him.
Okay.
Do I have to scoot forward?
Yeah, you do.
Okay. I'm gonna swing on him with 2 hands
Okay.
with my sword. So is the attack bonus what I add to what I roll?
You add to the d20 to hit it.
Okay, I got an 18.
That hits.
D10. Where's that? Okay. Come on, baby. 8.
8 points of damage as you cleave across its chest, taking out a chunk, and one of the rocks fall out.
Okay.
You hear grinding as it moves down towards you to look at you.
It's not dead?
It is not dead.
Alright. I am... No, actually, no, I'm not going to do that. Never mind.
All right. Gilgamesh, it is your turn.
I'm just gonna take another swing at this guy.
All right.
Does a 7 hit?
No, 7 does not hit. You're adding
You
your
rolled a
attack
1?
bonus to these, right?
Yeah. No, I rolled a 1 and then I just rolled a 2. So, you know, we're not starting off great.
All right. As you just keep wailing on it, nothing seems to happen to it. The elemental's again shifting and swings down its arms at you, and
Sir, the what?
slams down as you see it seems to hit a bit too hard, and part of the hands disintegrate on the dirt. But it has missed you.
Nice.
April, it is your turn.
Right. Just gonna move. Wait. I'm gonna move over here,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna try to shoot the same guy with my bow again.
Okay.
Unnatural 20.
That hits.
Sweet.
You releasing the arrow as it burrows into their chest. What's the damage?
17 damage.
Nice. As the arrow moves through, you see a large chunk of its earthen shoulder seems to have crumbled and fallen off to the floor.
Oh.
Back to Cinnamon. What are you doing?
I'm gonna go up and attack.
You can move your own thing, so.
Just go next to Riven.
All right. You slashing at it? What are you doing?
Yeah.
All right. Roll to hit.
I got a 2.
Even with your attack bonus, I'm pretty sure that misses.
Wait.
Why'd you roll a... Oh, wait. Yeah. You rolled a 5 with the d20.
No, I just rolled a d8.
Yeah, you're supposed to roll a d20 to hit.
Oh,
There's a difference.
20. Got a
Got
2
a 2
again.
again. Nice. So as you... what are you swinging with? Like a knife? I don't know. With whatever you swing with, it seems to just bounce off of the form. Rem, it is your turn.
Gilgamesh, how are you looking, by the way? Have you had your shit wrecked yet?
I'm actually looking quite healthy.
The one in front of him. Give me another Constitution save.
All right. One in front of Gilgamesh.
Yes.
That is a failure. That's an 11.
That's 6 damage.
All right. As it moves, you can see part of its face becoming a bit softer as you pump, I believe, is Toll of the Dead into it.
Of course. Ring a ding ding.
Now basically just large, Riven, you see these large arms come up as it moves down and slams on you. That is a 26.
Is everyone okay?
That is as
Do I need to
close as
start-
it could be to a natural 20 without it being a natural 20. You got lucky. 3 points of damage as it bops into you. You connect and you move your sword to try and block it, but you still take some damage as it moves onto you. Zex, it is your turn.
Woohoo. Okay. So I'm gonna move. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. I'm gonna move over here, and I'm gonna shoot at the upper left-hand corner guy with my heavy crossbow.
All right, roll to hit.
18.
18 hits.
All right, we're gonna hit him for 5 damage.
Awesome, as the bolt just slams into him and then immediately kind of falling out, taking some of the dirt with it.
Okay.
Riven, it is your turn.
Bonus action,
Oh,
real quick.
yeah.
I want to give my inspiration to Cinnamon. Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Want to give an inspiration.
James, you get to take a, what is it, a D6 inspiration dice?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so you get to take a 1d6 inspiration dice. So whenever you roll your d20 to hit, you can, if you don't think it will hit, you can roll the d6 and add that number to the overall attack score. Okay, with that being said, Riven, it is your turn.
Okay. I am going to smack this monster with my blade again.
Okay,
Two-handed.
roll to hit.
Come on, baby. 22.
Hits. Roll damage.
Oh, whoops. 3.
3 points of damage as your blade takes a small chunk out of it. Barely noticeable, but it makes you feel a little bit better nonetheless. Gilgamesh, it is your turn.
Okay, for the third time, we're gonna try to swing at this guy.
Okay.
Does a 12 hit?
No. That's just
You're next for the inspiration,
in.
my friend.
not doing much. The elemental again will swing at you. That is a 17 to hit.
Barely, yeah, it is.
7 points of damage reduced to 3.
Nice.
So it takes into you, and you're able to take the brunt of it, just putting up the great axe towards it, but it still crunches you down a little bit. April, it's your turn.
Alright. I'm just gonna move a little bit, and I'm gonna shoot that dude with my longbow.
All right. Roll to hit.
21.
Hits. The arrow sings true across and embeds it, flying right past Sidamane's left ear.
13 damage.
Nice. You're just taking chunks out of it, progressively moving along, shooting arrows. Sidamane, it is your turn.
All right, I'm going to swing at it again.
Okay.
And I got a 6.
You got a 6.
6 in total, yeah.
Again, it just does not connect. Rem, it is your turn. Don't forget to add your attack bonus to it, by the way. Whatever your attack bonus is. Your attack bonus is probably plus... What is your dex?
Dex is 18 or 22.
Your dex is not 22. Your dex is... Okay, your dex is 19 right now. So it's a plus 4. So you have a plus 6 to add on to that. So it is a 12. It still doesn't hit. But don't forget to add that plus 6 to your attack roll as well. Because it'll help you hit more, I promise. Eventually, if you roll more than a 2. Now, Rem, it's your turn.
Gilgamesh, Riven, Cinnamon. You now have an additional D4 that you can roll to your attack rolls, and you can add that D4 to the attack roll.
Delicious.
That's my
Thank
turn.
You,
That
Ren.
spell takes the whole action.
All right. The creature on the lower part next to Riven and Cinnamane, again, having seeing that Riven's doing the damage to it, pulls up and swings down again.
Ugh.
That is a 15. Does a 15 hit?
Nope.
As it, you feel the impact on the ground, but you're able to just twist your body so it doesn't hit you. Zex, it is your turn.
Hooray. All right. First things first, Gilgamesh, you get an inspiration. You've been inspired.
Okay, take
I
your
feel
1D
inspired.
Take your 1d6.
Okay. Now I'm going to shoot at this guy again with my crossbow.
Okay. You cock back another bolt and try to level it.
That's 19 total.
As you the bolt releases with the heavy thud, it slams into it again, taking another chunk out. Roll damage.
That's 9, 10. That's 12 damage.
12 damage. Not bad. As you pull a chunk out of it. Riven, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna take another swing at it with my sword.
All right.
13.
13 does not hit. As you
Roll your
swing-
D4. Roll
See-
your D4.
Oh, I thought that was for damage.
Nope.
That's
It's the
for
hit.
attack, to hit.
You can add it to
Ugh.
that, see if you hit.
Oh, whoops. Sorry. 15.
Oh, no, not quite. As your
Dang it.
sword seems to hit one of the rocks instead of the soft earth in it, it kind of off. Gilgamesh, your turn.
All right, I'm gonna swing at it.
Gilgamesh.
Oh,
I'm gonna take a swing at it, actually. Thank you very much.
2 steps ahead.
2 steps ahead.
I mean, you're not wrong. It's two more things we get to move before you get to do your stuff. So.
The rogue has gone beyond it. He's now stealing turns.
All right. Roll to hit.
Um,
You swing the great axe.
A 12 misses, correct?
Yep.
Did you use your D4?
Yeah, we're gonna roll my D4. No.
And your D6.
Please remember.
Oh yeah, you have 2 things to roll.
Does a 14 hit?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna hit this turn. It's gonna happen.
We'll find out. You could roll a 1.
Does a 15 hit?
No, it does not.
I still have one more inspiration. I still have one that I didn't use.
Swear to God, if you
Does a
see-
19 hit?
Yes, there we go. Roll damage.
Okay. I swear if I get like a 1 off of hitting this guy, I'm gonna lose it. Okay. We're gonna hit him for 11.
All right. As you finally make contact and you cleave a large chunk out of his like upper chest, you see the dirt and stone fall. It is now going to swing at you. That is a 21, which I assume hits. 5 points of damage reduced to 2 as it just slams you from the side. Your axe connects with it and you cleave a chunk, but as you're picking up the axe again to make another strike, you just immediately get hit in the stomach and it takes the wind out of you. April, your turn.
I guess I'll just keep doing what I've been doing.
All right, you've been doing work is what you're doing, so roll to hit as you notch back a third arrow to let it go.
Wow. 14.
The arrow travels behind it, flies off into the darkness.
Cool.
Cinnamane, your turn.
All right. I'm gonna hit it again.
All right.
Does a 12 hit?
12 does not hit. As your dagger just knocks into... Oh.
13?
As your dagger knocks into it, the hilt hitting a stone and just banging off. Rem, it is your turn.
The one in front of Gilgamesh, give me a con save.
That is a 16.
That's a success. My turn's over.
Okay. The one next to Cinnamane and Riven is gonna again attack Riven. There's a 14 hit.
No.
Okay, as again you're able to weave out of the way as the arm slams into the stone ground. Zex, it is your turn.
All right. I want to make a decision. I really would like to make a decision.
That'd be good.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna shoot this guy with the crossbow again.
Okay. Roll to hit. Lock back the heavy crossbow once again.
Mm-hmm. That's 20 total.
Hits.
Or 4 damage.
Okay. It sinks into it and you see the bolt almost like disappear as you hit a chunk of soft earth, and it seems to almost the form almost absorbs the entire bolt. Riven, it is your turn.
Alright, I'm gonna take another swing, but before I do that, I'm going to use my Crimson Right.
Okay.
I am going to deal 1d4 damage to myself.
Mm-hmm. Cinnamane, 4 damage, I assume.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Twice.
Cinnamane, as you see all of a sudden, Riven rears back and drawing his blade across the palm of his hand, his blade seemingly taking in and absorbing the blood as it comes out of his palm, starts to glow with this like pale blue light.
Alright, I'm gonna roll for the attack.
Okay.
We got a 16.
16. Oh, that barely misses.
No!
He's like off of it.
You have your D4? Oh, you still missed, did you?
No, I didn't use that d4. Does that still count?
Yes, it's for a whole
Oh.
minute.
Yeah, you can use your D4.
Attack.
Come on!
Mine still
Oh,
counts as
20!
well.
20 hits.
Down.
Hmm?
20 hits.
20 hits.
Roll damage.
Remember to use your D4s. I wasted a spell slot on this.
I forgot about that. Okay. I'm gonna roll the D4 for the extra damage.
The D4 doesn't apply to extra damage. It's only
No. That's mine. That's
It's-
what my Crimson Red
yeah,
does.
that's what
So I got
Crimson
11
Red does.
damage.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Mute my mic.
I got 11 damage.
11 damage. As you cleave into it, it seems to leave a small frost welt as you move through, preventing the earth from like refilling the kind of cleave that you made. And it's looking pretty bad right now. Gilgamesh, it is your turn.
Okay, we're gonna take another swing at this guy. 16 barely misses, doesn't it?
Yep.
Mm.
Didn't Rem
Well,
give
that's
you a
my
D4?
turn. Oh wait, can I keep using it?
It's his thing. Yeah. What'd you use, Rem, for the D4? Yeah, roll the D4. I'll ask.
Okay.
I'll ask Rem when they get back into the call.
I'm assuming he used guidance.
My mic was muted.
That's what I thought.
I used bless. Up to 3
Ah,
creatures within range can add a D4 to their attack rolls. It's up to a minute, so that's 10 rounds, isn't it?
Yep, it is.
6 seconds a round.
Yep,
Yeah, 10 rounds. So
yep. So you can
My
add the
turn,
D4 to
turn
it to hit.
keep going. Keep using it until I say stop. Or
Um,
it says stop. Either or.
does a 17 hit?
Yeah, 17 does hit.
Let's go. Okay.
These things are tanky.
Well, I'm worried that we're not getting anywhere and we're just going to keep hammering away at these things and nothing's going to happen and we're just being stupid and we're supposed to be doing something else.
Well, I feel like I'm doing something. I kind of froze the spot that would normally, like, fill with dirt. So if anybody has frost or ice magic,
Rem, I would suggest maybe coming up close and start digging at these things with a very specific tool.
Digging isn't going to do anything because part of it is stone. I already picked the spell out, and Herminia has knowledge that Rem does not. So just keep going, okay? And I'll tell you the fun part when we're done.
Gil,
Just
you're rolling
keep going.
damage.
It's gonna take 6 damage.
6 damage as it cleaves across. You actually swing it up and over and take off the entire left arm as it kind of just looks dumbly at the stump and then back towards you. As its right arm comes up and it swings overhand at your head. That is a 22 to hit. You take 2 damage, move down to 1.
Ooh, 2 whole damage.
As
No,
with,
1 whole damage.
it's normally been using both of its arms in sync to hit and do damage. With only one of its arms, it can't seem to do as much as it was doing. April, it is your turn.
I'll try to shoot the same guy again.
All right.
No. 15?
15 does not hit.
Damn.
The arrow streaks and hits one of the stones on its shoulder and shatters.
Aw, that was my favorite arrow.
Cinnamon, it is your turn.
Alright, I'm gonna swing at it again.
Gotcha.
Uh, 15.
What's
You're
that
not
D6
adding your
you rolled?
attack. You're not adding your attack bonus to it, my man.
Oh, 21 then.
Hits. See?
What's this?
All right.
He's rolling.
Now you do a 1d4 plus your dex, which is plus 4.
6.
Okay. See? 6 damage as your knife finally finds purchase and sinks for a second into the soft earth before you rip it out, taking some of the dirt with it. Did you roll your sneak attack damage? Because, no, yeah, Riven's right next to you. So you get to roll an extra d6 for damage. Because you're a
Oh.
rogue. That's your whole thing.
An extra 1.
Okay. Still helpful. Alright. Rem, it is now your turn.
yikes.
Constitution save in front of Gilgamesh, please.
Okay. 20 something.
He's good. Doesn't matter. He's good.
23. I think it makes it.
He's great.
He feels fine, except for the fact that his arm's off. The one next to Riven is going to swing on him.
Okay.
16.
Oh, so if it's equal to my
It hits.
value, it's a hit?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's unfortunate. Hit me.
As you move, it just barely connects, but it slams down your shoulder. You immediately feel a searing pain run through your chest as you take 8 points of damage.
Oh! Yikes.
Don't forget that I gave you a healing potion, right?
Yeah, does that count as an action to take it?
On your thing, you can do an action, a bonus action, and movement. A bonus action is you drinking a potion for yourself.
Cool, I'm gonna do
Yep.
that then on my turn.
Zex, it is your turn. What do you want to do, Zex?
Yeah, I'm gonna hit him with my crossbow again.
Okay.
Does an 18 hit?
Yes.
Okay. That will be 7 damage.
As it sinks into it, you see a crack and then a slight brownish light on the middle fade as it moves forward, and as it hits the ground, it disintegrates into dirt and rocks. Riven, it is your turn.
Okay. Can I heal first, or do I do that after I
You can
attack?
do it in any order.
Alright, I'm just gonna use that health potion.
Okay.
Chug that real quick, so.
2d4 plus 2.
Roll that. 4. I got 10.
Okay.
So, I'm back to 24, which is good.
Nice.
Alright. Let me remove that from my equipment real quick. Okay, now that I'm feeling all juicy and such, I'm going to swing on it again. Let's see. 17.
17 hits.
Sweet. Okay. Roll that. D10. Got a 6.
6 points of damage as again the blade moves across its chest, leaving the slight bluish frost mark.
Oh, I'm forgetting to add my attack bonus to the attacks. Whatever. Oh, I forgot to add the dex to that attack as well. Whoops, 8 then. I'm forgetting all these modifiers, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's something you get used
Oh,
to.
good.
Gilgamesh.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Turn myself around, move myself down. There.
Oh, we killed one?
I'm just gonna move myself down there, and that'll be my turn.
Okay. The one up there is now a pile of dirt on the floor. So April, your turn.
Same as last time. Oh no. 8.
8 does not hit. Another arrow flies off into the darkness. Cinnamon.
Hitting it again. Does a 24 hit?
Yes, it does.
All right.
Your D4 plus 4, and then you add another D6 to it because it's a sneak attack because Riven is next to it.
A 10.
10 points of damage as your knife flashes in between, taking out a hefty chunk, and with it, like a large stone seems to fall out. It's starting to become a little less dirt-like and a little bit more like Swiss cheese. Rem, your turn.
I need to go around this thing, don't I?
Yeah.
It's still within like 25. I am going to get behind Riven and have some healies. You get 10 healies.
Well, that's way more than my maximum, so
Take my healies.
thank you. I accept it gracefully.
You made
I
it seem
feel
like you were
empowered.
dying, so I gave you my healies.
I mean, if you would have done that, I didn't need to take that potion then.
Yeah.
Well, oh well.
I'm writing backstory right now. I'm half in, half
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. So the elemental, now moving back and forth, is now actually seeing both of you. It's moving its arms and parting them into two, and it making 2 attacks this round. One against Riven and one against Cinnamane. The one against Riven is a 22.
Oh,
And Cinnamane is a 19.
yep, that hit me.
Okay, Riven's damage. 3 points of damage to Riven,
Oh,
and to
Okay.
Cinnamane, 2 points of damage.
oh.
As it slams into both of you.
Tis but a scratch.
Alright. Zex, it is your turn.
All right, I'm going to make sure I'm moving to the right spot real quick. Down here,
Okay.
and I'm going to shoot at this thing with my crossbow.
Alright.
Nine.
9 does not hit. As it hits a rock and the bolt cracks and comes to the floor useless.
That's it.
Riven, it is your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna do it to myself. I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna do. Wait, can I do another Crimson Rite, or is that only one?
I believe your Crimson Right's still activated.
Is it? Oh, if I would have known that, I would have rolled the extra damage. I haven't been doing that. Hold up. Let me.
I can look at it. Just roll the hit.
I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick.
Okay. Bop. +4. And then 22.
22 hits.
Okay.
And yeah, you do get to add it.
Oh. How long does it last for?
Until you take a short rest.
Oh.
Or any
Okay.
rest, basically, but...
Ten.
10 points of damage. As you move it up, slicing a large chunk out of it, you see it move. Its movements are starting to become stiff. Gilgamesh, your turn.
I'm going to move back behind him now. And so now I have advantage on attack rolls, correct?
That's not how it works in 5th edition. You're just surrounding it right now.
You're just okay. I'll just take a swing at him, I guess.
Okay.
Does a 6 hit?
No, it does not.
Okay. Oh, that's
Hear
my
that
turn.
dull thud as your thing hits the stone. April, your turn.
I'm just gonna move slightly.
Okay.
And then yeah, I'm gonna shoot him.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Ooh, nat 20.
Nat 20. All right. Roll damage. Double it.
And a back.
And you double the Hunter's Mark damage as well.
Oh. 23 damage.
As you pull back, your arrow just listens, and you hear the slight whistle as it moves straight through its head as it has turned to look at you. All of a sudden, the earthen jaw starts moving down and then comes off completely, tumbling to the ground and cracking as it moves and wobbles and falls to the ground, shattering and moving apart into dirt.
Dude.
Everything becomes quiet.
Yeah.
You are all just in the room now.
I want to go look for arrows,
You mean
Here.
bolts?
bolts, whatever.
Roll investigation.
Ammunition. $15.
A lot of the ones that you shot have become broken, bent, unusable, as these were very tough forms and creatures. You were able to find 4 bolts.
I'll look for some arrows as well.
Okay, you roll investigation as well.
That's good. 10.
A lot of your arrows have broken.
Cool.
You're only able to find 2, including that fateful kill blow arrow.
That's fine. That was the cool one anyway.
As you're picking up your arrow and looking at it, you suddenly hear Jaylene's voice. Congratulations. You have passed the trials of the Mage's Guild. You have all are welcome to now return to the reception desk and accept your membership into the guild. When this happens, you guys can see a light coming from your to the left of the pedestal, and you can see the dwarf standing there, silhouetted in the light.
Dwarf man.
Here.
Okay. As you all move, you're taken back to the reception desk, and you see her just kind of smiling and congratulations. And you're all back at the reception desk with Jaylene.
I'm gonna ask you. That was summon elemental, wasn't it?
Yes, even though it was summon elemental, the world is not kind and does not inform you of when something has ill intent towards you.
Am I being lectured out of character? I'm being lectured, aren't I? Like, oh, the world's tough shit, as if I haven't buried like over 300 men in my lifetime. I'm gonna take that in stride, though. Okay, I just wanted to be sure.
Of course.
So what happens now? Do we get a badge or something?
Yeah.
All you need is I will certificate all of you into the guild, and you are now free and to access any of the guild's measurements. As I've already discussed with you, Riven, of course, anyone who is certified within the guild is able to take on any of the contracts, and of course are welcome to stay at the guild while staying in Greywall. We have plenty of rooms for everyone, and as well as access to a small workshop and a small alchemy room, just different functions for you all to use.
But we don't get a badge.
Would you like a badge?
I would.
She kind of sighs and kind of gives you a little smirk. She kind of goes underneath the desk and pulls up this little patch, and all it is, it's like the symbol of a shield, in red with the background with golden trim, and it shows a silhouette, a black silhouette of someone pointing their finger and a spell coming out. It seems like it's might be the streak that's associated with Fireball. And she hands you this little leather patch. You're welcome to sew this onto your clothes.
I kind of want one now.
Thank you.
That looks kind of dope.
I kind of do as well, yeah.
That looks kind of cool.
Oh my god.
Listen. The badge idea was mine. I deserve one.
We all want badges.
Calm down. I'll get everyone who wants one a badge. And she hands to each of you, after going underneath the desk again, each of you can say you have the Mage Guild badge. Mage's Guild badge.
Amazing.
Love it.
Well,
Mage Guild certification in all capital letters, and then in parentheses with badge.
And as you guys have the badge, they basically, she just reaffirms, pointing at a small like a wooden board that was next to the left side where it goes into the halls, and explains to you that there is a place for people to sit down and get food. There's a place where they'd sell you some low-level items and such, stuff that people need. There's an alchemy room if people need a spot to make potions and such. There's a workshop if people need to build something. And of course, any member of the guild is allowed to stay the night and sleep in rooms.
I would like to step outside and see what it looks like for time.
Okay.
I'd like to have an aside with Riven.
Okay. Zex, as you go outside, you can see that it is still... The day's still okay, but it's probably nearing dinner time.
Okay, I'll come back inside and just hang out.
Riven, as you are looking at this badge, whatever, you get pulled aside by the gnome.
Oh yeah, knee height, baby.
what do you want, little man?
First and foremost, I'll blow your limbs off. Now that we've gone through this test, where do you go from here? I didn't really ask what your intentions were, but
Well, firstly,
do
I
you think-
appreciate you guys for your help, but my main goal is just to get into the contracts, which obviously they wouldn't allow me to until I got a part of the guild, some sort of liability crap that they got going on. But yeah, now time for contracts for me.
are you gonna continue with your solo work?
Well, I don't know.
I mean,
I'll
you
need to think about that.
fight well enough. I don't think anyone would mind you going with us from time to time.
What are your guys' goal? What's your end goal?
We don't really have an end goal. We're just out here looking for glory and honor the same as everyone else.
My goal is to vanquish evil from this land. So
Sounds like glory to me,
I'm not doing it for the fame.
but it sounds like glory.
I'm doing it for my mother.
Oh no.
No.
You know what? You make that decision. You can talk with everybody else. I just thought I'd ask what you were up to because we did somewhat align ourselves with you in a public manner.
You are right there.
But I'm not gonna
What is
force.
your guys' plan after this, though?
We're just gonna get contracts and see where the world takes us.
Well, since it looks like we're both going to do contracts, I think I will join.
Blood Maniac acquired.
I want to go and talk to Jaylene and see if she can put any more locations on my map.
I'm gonna go look at the board
Ask
for
Jaylene
them
where
contracts now.
As
If Jaylene is still here.
Is there anything else anyone else wants to do while Zex is outside looking and Rem and Riven are in on the side?
I want to look at the Riven
I
wants to
don't
look
get-
at the contracts now.
This
I
is
don't
happening
get
while
dinner.
Rem and Riven are talking.
Oh, okay.
So, Sidamane, April, Gilgamesh, anything you guys want to do?
April wants to go get dinner.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay, so Gilgamesh is just kind of sitting in the hall, just kind of nursing their wounds. You've come out of the rage, obviously. And April leaves. You quickly ask Jaylene where the hall is, and she explains to you where it is as you leave. Once you're back there, you can see it is open, and it is the first thing you notice is there's a lot of humans sitting around. Although there is other races, there's of course the smattering of elves and dwarves. You notice the Raven Mask figure is sitting in a corner. Doesn't have anything on the table, and just like last time that you guys saw him, he's writing in a leather book. Other than that, there's more people dressed in a kind of slight uniform with the crimson red with gold lining. Simple uniforms, just kind of walking up and down, being servers, serving people food. There's plenty of empty tables. What are you doing, April?
Just wanted to get food.
Okay, you sit down at an empty table and you flag over a server. They kind of nod and go off to get you what you ordered. Moving over back to Riven. Riven, you said you wanted to go to the table. Cinnamon, you didn't say you were doing anything.
I'm gonna go over to the table as well.
Okay, so Cinnamon follows April. You see the same stuff. As you go over to the table, Riven, you can see a small amount of scrolls that have been nailed to the board. Among them is a contract for Greywall, and it says in large letters, Red Dragon. There is a contract labeled Gundalin for bandits. There is one labeled Vikram, labeled research. And then there is a last one labeled Lichten with the undead label on it.
Is this what I'm looking at?
Yeah, those are the contracts that you can see on the wall right now.
Say them one more time. What was
Okay. In Greywall, which you know is the place you're in, is a red dragon. In Lichten is a contract for undead. In Gundalin is a contract for bandits. And in Vikram, there is a research contract.
Let's go to Lichten. I want to.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna take that.
As
Look
you
at it.
reach up, the paper's quite fresh. You rip it off and start looking at it. As you're looking at it, you see it details that the city has been recently overrun. It's been a week as undead seems to have popped up out of nowhere. The large majority of the city of Lichten has been overrun, and they evacuated as many people as they could.
Sounds like evil is afoot.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I'm gonna talk to the group, ask them what their thoughts are on it.
Okay, you walk back.
Can I get my map updated?
Okay, yeah. As Riven's ripping off a contract and just go, there's evil afoot. You walk up.
No, I didn't say it like that.
You walk up to Jaylene, and what are you saying to Jaylene?
I was wondering if you could update my map here, see if you could put any extra settlements or anything that might be of use for me
Oh, of,
going forward.
of course, of course. Let's see what you have. And she takes the map from you and kind of shakes it. It's like, seems like you didn't get a very full map. A lot of names are missing, actually. And the first one she writes in is the city up north is Fourmount, she writes in. She also, of course, goes in and fills in Sabline. Her finger stops and the pen stops over Dartmouth, and she seems to be thinking for a second, and then she keeps moving. She also fills in rate here.
I'm going to use the bathroom.
Okay. And then fills in Greywall. And then fills in Lichten. So,
All right, can I roll for insight to see why she might have hesitated?
sure. Roll insight.
Yep, that's 11.
Okay. As she's doing it, you don't see any malice in her face. More of she knew what it was, but she just doesn't think it's a place of interest, as you specified places of interest.
Okay.
Shouldn't come as too much of a problem, though, because you already know what the name of the town is. You just didn't write it in the map.
Right.
Okay. And she,
Right.
with a smile, she kind of curls back up the map and hands it to you. It's like, there you go.
All right, thank you.
You take the map.
All right. I'm going to wink at her and then go to the tables.
Okay. You wink at her, and she keeps smiling at you. And you go to the tables. You can see all the humans, dwarves, elves spattering, the Raven Masked Man, and then a table with Cinnamane and April sitting at it. April is currently eating. Cinnamane is not.
All right. I'll go sit down, I guess.
Okay, you go sit. Gilgamesh and Rem, you see Riven come up to you holding a scroll. And Riven
I'm not even
walks up
gonna,
to
like-
Rem.
I'll say something.
I'm not even gonna look at him. I'm just gonna like sit there doing whatever I was doing, just kind of tending to myself.
Okay.
What do you have there?
Nothing pisses me off more than undead running people out of their homes. Lichten is having an issue right now. I'm gonna slam it on the table, unravel that bad boy,
I'm
and
already
scoot it
lit.
towards Rem.
I'm already fucking lit, man. I'm gonna read it so I have all the details. It said they've been run out by undead. I don't like the fact that it's named this, for sure. But
I know. I was thinking the same thing.
I'm like, sounds like this tastes like irony. Situation tastes like fucking pennies. Anyway.
Sounds like they were kind of asking for it.
Oh yeah.
Am I missing something here?
What was your
A lich is
you
an
know what a lich
undead.
is?
Huh?
Do you know what a lich
You
is?
know what
Red?
a lich is?
No.
A lich is like a dragon of the undead.
Mhm.
Oh,
So
Think of it as someone who willingly went over to undead and in doing so kept a bit of their will and gained a butt ton of power.
look, who's the
oh.
aficionado on like the dead here? Me or you?
Sorry, excuse me. I was out of character there. I'll shut up now.
I'm like, we're having an RP session here, sir. That's fine. I mean, basically, what he said. Liches are people that have started using negative arts in order to escape death. And while this isn't inherently evil in itself, what they do and what they become does become problematic.
Disgusting.
It's very disgusting.
Well, I'm all for going to Lichten.
I can't stomach undead running people out of their homes, so I have to go as well.
That's
I don't even know what the
True.
other ones were. It just said undead. I'm like, okay.
it's 2 out of 6.
Yeah. Gilgamesh,
third
what's your
rule.
opinion on this?
I'll head out as well.
If I'm able to kill something, then I'll join.
Oh, this man's G.
4 out of 6. Majority rules. We're going.
I would like to say it would help if we stayed here for the night before we left, since it's getting to be
I
pretty
mean, we
late.
should stay here for a couple of days.
Days.
We have to stock up.
Days. People are.
This is true. We do
losing
have to
their
stock
home.
up.
Look,
We can stock up in one day. Why don't we stock up tonight and then find a place to sleep? So that way we can just leave in the morning and
Look,
take that as soon
here.
as possible.
discretion is the better part of valor. I am more for running out undead than anyone else here. That is literally my bread and butter. But if you die in the process, your efforts are lost in vain, and you have wasted the life the Lord has given you.
Listen, we rest
Proper
up tonight.
preparation is important. Speed is of the essence, but dying is not of the essence, and speed leads to death.
I'm not taking a lecture on this.
All right, says the one that didn't even know what a lich was.
I don't need to know what it is to know it's evil.
Okay. Do you think you can do it alone? Subjugate an entire
Mm.
town of undead.
Wouldn't be the first time.
You know what? I call bullshit. I don't even need to roll insight to do it. A town this close to one of the main cities, overrun by undead, that means that any soldiers dispatched were inadequate to deal with the issue. I fail to see how one man could do it alone. Even I couldn't do that alone. Especially not without getting prepared.
I'm
Rushing into things
capable.
will get you killed.
I am capable.
Are you willing to bet your life on that?
I reckon I am.
Well, I'll tell you one thing if you are. I'll make sure your grave looks nice and pretty.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I don't think it's wise. I think we should deal with this. And the undead are tricky, you know?
Well,
The
the
resistance
day
is
isn't even
long
over
to-
yet. He said it's nearing night.
dinner time.
It's dinner time, yeah. So here's what I say we do. We eat dinner and then go out shop before the stores close for the night. And then we rest up somewhere, like in this town. And then we head out in the morn.
Half of the stores
You
are
mean
already
like in the
closed. We're
Mage's
not going to be
Guild?
able to find everything we need. I think we should leave the day after tomorrow.
I'd like to point out that we only have 2 horses right now. So also, if we're heading out, we also need to consider purchasing
I want to get a
another one.
cart. I want to get like a whole cart today.
Mhm.
Fine, I'm
That's what I
convinced.
wanna do.
We head
See?
out
The day after
the
tomorrow.
next day.
What are you guys doing?
It's time for dinner.
I am going to flag down a server.
I'm going to get drunk.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
As unless if Gilgamesh isn't coming with the other two.
I'm just gonna sit at my table, sharpening my great axe.
Okay, and as the three
He's
of you
got a
walk
wet
in,
stuff.
the 6 of you all come at the table with Riven and Zex filling in, or Riven and Rem filling in the details. Zex, you flag down a server. April's already eating, and they serve you a good meal, cooked meat and vegetables with ale. Gilgamesh is just kind of sitting there, just sharpening the great axe, kind of mourning the fact that they shoved it into a stone floor in the battle previous. And you guys complete your dinner. You start seeing first humans, then some of the elves, and until it's left with the dining areas left pretty bare. There's still some people eating, sitting at tables and such, but a lot of them have left.
I wonder if there are any taverns in town. Because they would be open. They're open like all the time.
I would assume there would be.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go and look for one. After I ask, I'm gonna ask Jaylene if there are any taverns in town, and if there are, for directions.
Jaylene smiles and nods kind of knowingly. And she points out that there's 3 taverns. One is known to be nicer. The other 2 are kind of closer to like what you'd see as dive bars.
Then I ask her to. Sorry.
But the other one's known as being a kind of nice place.
All right. Can I have her mark them all on my map of Greywall?
Sure.
That's what I'll do.
As she just kind of nods and takes out her basically quill, she marks that there is the nice one up by the royal office, and it is seen to be quite long. The other 2, which are smaller, one is down by the southern gate of Greywall, a bit smaller, and then the last one is in the connection over by the Fighters Guild.
All right, I want to head to the nicer one.
The nicer one? Okay.
Yeah.
You.
I'm gonna invite my party mates to come with me before I go.
Okay. You guys all sitting at the table see Zex come back and say whatever you want to, Zex.
I'm gonna head to one of the taverns in town. If any of you all would like to join me, feel free.
I'm famished. I need food.
I think I'm just gonna get a room here.
Yeah, we can stay here and we can just drink somewhere else and come back.
That's what I was planning on doing.
I just need food.
I'll probably just stay
You
here.
just ate.
Oh,
We just had a dinner.
Yeah, you guys
Yeah.
did just have a dinner with meat and vegetables.
I don't drink, so I think I'll stay here.
Yeah, we could stay here. Get a room
Why don't you drink?
for us.
Drinking leads to evil.
Oh God, I thought I was Jehovah's Witness. This man is worse. If you celebrate birthdays, it leads you into evil. Shit, good enough for me. You want to go
I'd say Riven
just
and I.
get our rooms?
Yes, I will take care of the rooms. How many people? What's
There's 6 of us.
y'all mind sharing queen size beds or no?
Yes, I mind sharing very much.
Listen, do you really
I
want
don't
to
mind.
jack up that price?
We're part of the guild. We should get like free
It's
boarding.
for free.
Oh, never mind. Okay, I'll rent individual rooms. How many rooms are in the? Let me go up to the desk. I'll ask.
Okay.
I mean, we're
I'll
leaving.
try and get us individual rooms, or if there's rooms where we can get our spare beds, but like 2
Okay,
beds in a room.
who's
I'll-
going
I'll
out?
We got
figure it out.
bed rolls. It's fine.
Who's going out to the tavern?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Okay.
I think that's a no.
Rem and Zex head out, and Riven walks up to Jaylene. Jaylene kind of looks at you, Riven, and yes, what can I help you with?
Stare and say nothing.
Alrighty
No, I'm just kidding.
then.
No. We need rooms. So what's the whole deal with rooms? Are there rooms with like 2 beds per room, or is it like a single bed per room? And how many rooms do you have that are open?
Which do you prefer?
Well, I would like a room to myself,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
but I think everybody else wants like a bed to themselves at least as well.
All right. So there was 6 of you, correct?
Yes.
Yes. We have plenty of room for all of you. And she
Amazing.
takes out a thing of keys from below the desk, iron keys, and she takes off. It is full of keys. There's at least 50 keys on this. It's a large band, large but thin, and she takes off 6 keys, and she hands all 6 of them to you. It's like, distribute them as you see fit. And she tells you where they go, and the rooms are up on the second floor. Second floor.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I go upstairs now.
Okay, you take the 6 keys and you head upstairs.
I'm going to commune with my sword in a room.
Okay.
I follow him up the stairs to get the rest of the keys to.
Oh,
hand
yeah.
people.
As you're opening
forgot to
up,
tell everybody.
As you're opening up the room, you feel a tap on your shoulder, and there's Cinnamon right there.
Hey, I'm gonna give the keys to everyone.
Oh, my bad. I'm not used to having a party, so
Yeah.
here you go.
Took off his sword.
Okay.
I don't like it.
As you go in.
No, that was not a.
Downstairs.
How many? That was not a reference to Chekhov.
I'm gonna commune with my sword. Shit. No,
Okay.
You don't know my backstory. He doesn't know anything. Okay.
I don't. So
Oh,
Okay, this is
That's
something
fine.
you're all gonna have to divide yourselves from, so chill. As you hand off the other 5 keys to Cinnamon and they leave, you unlock your room and you can step in, and it's a nice room. The rug is again kind of keeping with the thing of crimson red for the base color of the rug, and the tassels on it are gold. And just the same thing with the sheets on the bed and the things on the just colors on the walls. It's a red room, but the actual walls are less of like a crimson color, so the entire thing isn't uniform. And as it actually gets there, you can see like the curtains and stuff are greens and darker greens to break up the single color.
Beautiful. Is it still me, or?
Yeah, that's what you guys are doing. Every time I stop talking, you guys can start.
Okay, well, I'm gonna lock the door in my room.
Okay, you lock the door.
Okay.
I'm gonna head down and give April and Gilgamesh their keys,
All right.
and then I think I'm gonna do a bit of meditation in one of the booths while I wait for Rem and Sex to come back.
Okay,
With
you
their
hand
keys.
them off, and you go into your room. You do meditation. Riven, as you are looking through the room, what are you doing?
I am unsheathing my sword. After I unlock the door, like everything's locked. Are there any windows?
There is windows. There are currently the dark green curtains over them.
Okay, as long as nothing's like open.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm gonna unsheath my sword
Okay.
and lay it on the bed.
Okay. It still has like a slight blue tinge to it right now, just
Okay,
along
good.
the edge of the blade.
I'm gonna talk to it, or at least try to.
Okay. As you're just looking at the blade right now, what are you saying?
Any of those stones hurt you during the fight?
I do not get hurt. You feel this voice coming from the back of your head.
Amazing. that is really it. Took a lot of my life during that battle, you know. Didn't need to take that much blood.
I take what is necessary.
Fine. Maybe next time I'll just starve you. I'm gonna unsheath it, or sheath it back again. And then I'm gonna lay in bed. I'm tired.
Okay. You lie in bed drained. You can still feel the voice in the back of your head, even though you've sheathed this. Just again repeating softer and softer of just, I take what is needed. Just coming through the back of your head. And about like 20 minutes of that passes, of it just slowly repeating that until it fades and you're able to fall asleep.
I am now asleep.
Okay.
All right.
Cinnamon, you're meditating, aren't you? Is that it?
Yeah, I'm just gonna meditate.
All right. What were you about to say, April?
Could I take like a strand of this 5 feet of rope, and tie it to one of my blowgun needles to kind of make a shitty, like sewing needle.
Sure. It's
Um,
the needle's bigger than a standard needle, but you can connect it. And it's
Could
a
I?
rope and a needle, like a rope and a dart more than a needle, but
yeah, it's just described as a needle on the
yeah.
DD Beyond.
Mm-hmm.
Could I try to use it to sew the patch to my the strap of my quiver?
If you want to, sure.
Might as well.
Okay. What do you roll for that? Roll.
Sleight
And
of
if you're
hand would
doing
be
like a
good.
craft thing, it would be if it's like a thing with hands. You could basically homebrew this.
Yeah,
Basically-
I think I'm gonna have you roll just straight dex right now for how
There's
your
like
hands
a-
are working.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What would it be
12?
skill-wise?
Okay, as you're moving and you're trying to find a point to put the dart in, you're able to slowly find a point on the quiver. It takes you a while because you don't want to ruin it. Roll one more check. Straight dex again.
Same.
12.
All right.
Or are you rolling again?
I rolled a 5.
Okay. You are as you push it through, you realize you're tearing the little corner of the patch off, and you pull back, and you're like, "I'm probably gonna break this trying to do it like this."
All right.
You're kind of just leaning. You're just sitting at the table right now, trying to like move it slowly in, and you're realizing maybe trying to do a dart on like it's a thick piece of rope. It's a large piece of rope. This is not gonna work.
Oh, I was trying to take like a strand of the rope.
Mm.
To get like a thinner piece.
I'll let you roll one more time.
Okay. 7.
As you do it, you realize that you're just kind of making the same mistake over and over again. You don't think you're going to be able to get the patch on like this.
But I'm gonna give up.
You might
I'll
think
go to
it'd be a
my
better idea to ask someone.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna give up for the night and go to my room.
Okay. You go to your room and you bed down. Gilgamesh, what are you doing?
I'm just gonna take the room key, put my grinding stone like back in my bag,
Mm-hmm.
and just go up to my room and sleep. Just
Okay.
without. Well, I'm gonna go to my room, lock my door behind me. I'm gonna just sleep without saying anything to anyone.
Okay. And now on to Zex and Rem. As you guys go out through the streets, the night's still relatively young, as you guys only took about 2 hours to do dinner, and you find the tavern easy enough. It's quite large. As you guys walk in, you see quite a lot of patrons. These people are dressed in simple but yet elegant clothes, as they seem to be a little bit higher up on the social scale, and they're moving it around, and you can see basically this guy with a bright red beard going about halfway down his chest, just moving back and forth, talking to people, saying hi to people, and just otherwise. And you guys are just standing
Zax.
out there.
Yes.
What was the name of that hellish wine that we had in the other town?
I don't remember because I got cronked and completely forgot it.
I'd like to roll a history check to remember if I can. If I can't, let me check my notes to see what I actually do remember.
You are welcome to try.
I want something stronger than that if we can get it, though.
I'm gonna settle with just that. I'm gonna try to roll a history check to remember what the fuck that was. I'm remembering something elf fire
It was
wine or
some
some shit like that.
Elfish wine something.
Look, if you asked me to write the characters on paper, I could maybe sparse it out. But history 18.
You thinking back, putting your hands to your gnomish chin and going like, just kind of running it along. You're like, yeah, it's Yarian's Golden Greywall wine.
Spell the first name.
Yairon.
You said Y-A. Right? Y-A.
Yair.
Mm-hmm.
On.
Okay.
Yarian's Golden Greywall wine.
Well, what's the APV on that, by the way?
You don't know. You didn't buy it.
Out of character, what's the APV on that?
Is that the cost?
Yeah.
Oh, you can just ask me. I remember how much I paid for it.
No, like the APV, like the alcohol per volume.
Oh,
Um,
I don't know. It was
Fuck,
it was
bro.
kind of nutty though.
If it's doing that to you, it's above what you find on the street.
It's probably
Yeah.
something like 85%.
That's 85% alcohol per volume.
Oh yeah.
Oh fuck!
It's
bro.
literally Everclear.
It's
That's
what I
Coke
thought
up
of.
my nose.
I literally thought of Everclear. It's like Everclear
Oh, God.
messes you up. So
Everclear's 95%. It's like 3%
No,
below
no.
isopropyl alcohol.
There's a weakened version that I think California's legally supposed to
weakened
sell.
version.
It's like
Most
76% alcohol, I think.
No, most people just mix that shit with
Screw
water.
it. I'm gonna go up to the barkeep and ask for their strongest ale.
Of course. Give me a second. Find yourself a nice table, and I will get it out to you. Strongest ale. You don't care what type, what flavor, what color, anything?
I'm gonna ask Rem what the name of it was and have you relate that to the barkeeper.
I cannot pronounce it, but you know what I'm going for. Aaron Golden Greywall wine. That's what I'm here for.
That's not quite ale, my friend. That's a little bit more. Would you like ale though? You asked for ale. Ale specifically?
No, not ale specifically.
You'd want the
I want-
wine then.
Yeah, we'll get the wine.
All right, just one bottle.
Two
of
bottles
wine.
of it.
2 bottles of
Two.
wine.
Two.
Oh god.
Sounds perfect to me. I'll be right back. You two find yourselves a table, and we'll probably see what we can do for you.
I don't have protection from poison in my spell
Well,
slots. And I don't
hold
have
on,
lesser
hold on,
restoration
hold on.
either.
I just want to tell you, I want an extra bottle for when we leave, just in case.
Oh fuck it. I can't fall asleep. I'm having nightmares. Take a sip.
Okay. As you guys go and sit at a table, he comes out with 2 bottles, and he's got a grin on his face, like he hasn't seen someone this daring in a while. Puts down both bottles in front of you. He's like, for something like this, I'm gonna have you guys have to, pay up front. Normally, when people go off on this, they ain't coming back for seconds.
How much is it?
2 bottles, 20 gold.
You want to cover half of it?
Yeah, I'll do 10. You do 10.
Sounds good.
All right, you guys mark off your gold. And he slides you the wine, and it's fine craftsmanship bottle with gold, kind of spinning up through it. He
Okay,
pushes
you can
one
have your
towards-
bottle
one
and I
towards
want
Zex,
mine.
One towards Rem.
I want to look him in the eye as I uncork it and like take a swig.
Okay.
I want to look him like straight in the eye. You know?
As you go and you go, and how long do you hold it up? You just a quick swig up and down.
Just like enough to prove a point.
Okay. You pop it.
I
and you
have a
immediately go,
sound effect for us. Here, we can get a sound effect. Here.
Yeah. And you take it and you immediately go, drink, put it down, and just.
Ooh, I wonder if I have that.
You immediately feel the burn coursing
Whole.
through you.
I immediately feel whole.
Okay. Do we have cups in front of us?
No, he
Who
just
the
gave you
fuck
the
needs a-
bottles.
Who the fuck
Crap.
needs a cup? Drink.
I want to limit myself.
Drink.
Okay, I'm gonna
Drink,
down.
and then you should play
down
some
some.
music in the bar for money.
Yes,
You are a bard. That is what you do,
I am.
right?
that is true. Are you going to suggest this to me?
Yes, I am. Like,
He's in
Okay,
character
that's
right
what we'll
now,
do.
James.
I am
Come on.
going to drink. Sorry, excuse me. I'm going to down an eighth of the bottle and pull out my loot.
Okay. You got an eighth of the bottle, and you're feeling good. It's a large bottle, so you feel the burn, but the alcohol necessarily may not have impacted you. You pull out your loot. What are you doing?
I am going to play some music. I need a cup first. I need something to put money in. In case. Just in case.
Do you have anything?
we don't get
I
cups.
don't know.
Do I have anything on me? I have this tiny shield I could put like round side down.
Okay, sure. Screw it.
I have, oh no, in my priest kit I have like I have a pour box. I'm gonna go with the shield, but if this ever comes up again, remember I have a pour box.
Okay.
Write
And
it down.
can like beg
As
for
you-
money.
Put down the shield.
Wait. You're a priest?
I'm a cleric, so technically I am a priest, yes.
A communion cup?
I could get one. I could see what's in my priest kit.
As you
But I
put
don't-
down the shield, it kind of like warbles, and you're just holding your loot right now.
I have to think what song I want to play.
Play milkshake.
Okay, so I have to pull up a YouTube video so we can all bask
No,
in the glory of
please,
this
No,
song.
it's gonna be
Please.
copyright.
Please, we can all just listen
No.
to it on our own time, okay?
Yeah.
I'll open the tab. I'll mute my Spotify. I'll listen to
Come on,
Milkshake
sing
while you do
something.
it.
Okay, I'll play Milkshake.
Come
I don't
on,
even know what that is.
sing.
You've never heard Milkshake?
Nope.
Are you fucking kidding me? I'm putting it in the meme kingdom. Everybody, let's listen to Milkshake together.
I'm not-
Together.
I can't. So you guys.
Not you, but
go.
everybody else.
Everybody else.
I'll start when everybody else is ready to start.
All
all
right,
do
here
this
we
together.
go.
I'm not
Down
listening.
is
Together.
down.
My character
Alright.
is very much asleep. I am not listening to this.
3,
Ready.
2, 1, go.
My character awakens from his slumber,
Come on,
disturbed
Zex.
by an evil that is greater than anything.
Come on, Zach, sing. You've opened your grave. No, no lie in it. Start singing. Roll performance. What are you singing?
Oh, I have to sing it?
Yeah.
No,
Come on.
get DMCA'd.
Nah, that won't get you DMC.
Oh, God.
Come on.
I have to look up lyrics
Sing-
now.
sing it well
I have
enough,
to look up
Rosie.
lyrics now.
You think he can sing it well enough?
Can you sing it well?
Probably
enough that I'll
not.
get DMCA'd?
Probably not.
If you sing it, it's
Give you
okay
$1.
because you've changed it enough.
And there's no music, so technically.
You gotta be kidding me. Okay, I have to turn down.
You
I
want
have
me
to
to
turn
join
down
you
the
in your
YouTube
performance?
audio. Of course.
All right, I'm gonna
All
have
right.
both of you roll performance.
I gotta pull up the lyrics.
I got mine pulled up.
Pull up. Roll performance, both of you.
Okay, so I got 24.
Oh, I didn't do so hot. I got an 8.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
All right, count us down, Helminia.
Do you want me to actually sing this?
Go for
Yes.
it.
I'm a
sure.
terrible singer. Like
You think
gonna,
I'm any better than
no,
you
I'm
are?
gonna get really shy within like the first 10 seconds.
You're gonna sing for about 10 seconds. That's all you need.
All right, ready?
Wait, I gotta figure out how to get tuned. I've never sung before.
Just go for
Okay.
it. You guys are in a bar.
Okay.
Just go for it.
I'm ready. I'm starting.
Okay, you start singing, then I'll join you.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the
All the
yard,
boys to
and
the
they're
yard.
like, it's better than yours. Damn right, it's better than yours.
Better
I
than
can do
yours. And teach you. I have to charge.
voice of the yacht.
Oh
Our
my
first
God.
question.
It's better than yours, Grandma. It's better than yours.
But I have to
But I have to charge.
We stop. Somehow, Zax is here as you're singing this song. People are not as disturbed as you know deep down in your soul they should be.
I forgot they did make King just sent me this. I'm putting it in the meme kingdom. We could have did this.
As you guys are going,
Hardcore.
as you guys are going along, you guys get 5 gold pieces put into your shield. A couple of them come up, and then getting closer to Rem kind of like change their mind and go away.
Look.
But after you guys finish your little song, there's a little just small applause from people, and you guys have 5 gold pieces on the shield right now.
You can have them. I'm gonna drink another 1/8 of it, stopper the bottle, and go back.
Oh, there's a
and go to
medieval
bed.
one. Oh, fuck, bro.
All right,
Wait, really?
stop. All right, so you're drinking more? How much more are you drinking?
So I've drank an 1/8, so I'll drink another 1/8, and that'll, be a quarter of the bottle?
Yeah, roll a Constitution check.
6.
Your vision immediately goes blurry, and you spill some of it, taking the last little bit of sip. It dribbles out, and you put it back down, and you're kind of swaying a little bit already. It's been a while since you've drank this much of this potent stuff, and probably that first 8's starting to hit you, and the second 8 isn't helping.
All right, let's stopper it, and then I'm gonna try and I'll ask Rem if he's ready to go yet.
I'm going back in.
You're going back in?
I'm going back in.
Okay, I'm gonna just hang out here with Rem then, because I don't want to leave him alone.
All right.
I'm drinking. Give me like a. I'll take an 1/8 too.
All right. Roll Constitution.
Saving throw. I nat 1. I love it. It's perfect.
They're like, I'm fine. I'm gonna hold on. I can match you. And immediately falls over backwards out of their chair.
You're too dense for me to carry.
Huh?
I'm gonna say you're probably too dense for me to carry.
They didn't pass out. They just immediately fell off the back of their chair, tilting too far, and you wipe the wine that has spilled into your eyes, and you look, and you're like, I'm on the floor now.
Oh yeah, I'm going in again. I'm on the floor. I'm drinking.
All right. Without even getting up, they just immediately bring the bottle.
Fuck it, bro.
Bring the bottle.
I'm gonna end up on the floor anyway.
Another one.
I gotta get hyped for the undead, bro. 13.
As you chug it, you immediately, as Zex is leaning over the table, they put the bottle in your mouth, and as you're holding onto the bottle and drinking and chugging, all of a sudden the bottle stays in your mouth, but the hand leaves. And with the mouth no longer drinking, you see the wine flowing past the lips.
I gotta grab it. I have to grab it as fast as I can. We gotta save as much of this stellar ale as possible.
Okay.
It's
Or
not ale,
wine.
it's wine, and I've already drank
I'm
most of it.
sorry.
As you yank it out of their mouth, there's blubble, and you turn it over, and there's like a 4th left in it.
Okay, stopper that shit.
I'm telling the barkeep I'd like 4 more bottles.
I'm gonna tell you to roll another Constitution saving throw. See if you can do this.
I'm gonna switch dice. Let's roll these pretty purple ones, because this is gonna be the color of my face when I throw up. 21.
You somehow, bottle now gone. Your arm goes up. Barkeep.
I sound way cuter than that, bro.
Then say how you doing.
Just like, oh, barkeep, I need 4 more for my journey.
You see as you're looking upwards, so you see them kind of upside down, he kind of leads over the bar, and you immediately see this grin spread across his face as he shakes his head, full grin, face to face. It appears you do.
I'm gonna ask him for one more for myself too while he's going
He
back.
stops and pauses for a second, looking back. The grin not leaving his face is like, I've never
This
seen
man's
you
like,
two
"I
again. And walks out. And as he's holding the 5 bottles, he's like, all right, which one of you's got my 50?
Can I persuade
No,
Rem
I'm paying full
to pay
price.
for my stuff?
I'll pay for it because it's an even number, but I'm not gonna forget this. I may be drunk, but I'm not a drunkard.
Fine, I'll just pay for it.
I got it because it rounds out my gold to an even number.
Okay.
All right.
Rem hands over the 50 gold and hands the bottles across, and what do you guys do? Rem's holding 4 bottles on the floor. Zex
So I'm
is
gonna take
holding
those
2.
from him and give him his quarter of a bottle that he has left, so he can finish with that if he
I'm
wants
finishing it.
Okay, roll another Constitution.
20, dirty 20.
Okay,
It's not about how you start; it's about how you finish.
You take it, and it almost seems to invigorate you as you sit up and then push yourself to your feet. It's like nod. You put the empty bottle on the table, and you're feeling great. You're feeling hyped.
When you've
Okay, I'll
buried as
give
many
you your-
men as I have, you gotta enjoy the smaller things in life.
I'll give you your 4 bottles back now that you're up off the floor.
All right. You guys are holding. Zex is holding 2. Rem's holding 4.
Okay, so I gotta write down what I have. So I need to know what this is called. Can you spell it for me?
Just put down golden wine. And you've got one that's 3/4 full, and then one that's full. All 4 of Rems.
God, I misspelled golden.
All 4 of Rems are full.
Yep.
All right, you two are just standing in the bar. What are you guys doing?
I guess I'm the designated whatever it is in this universe. So I'm just not drinking anymore.
Oh, I'm fucked. I'm gone.
Yeah.
I'm gone.
They're somehow holding it together, but you don't know how for the life of you.
I'm gonna carry your bottles until we get back to the Mages Guild, but I'm gonna say you're done and lead you out the door.
Bro, when you buried as many men as I have, you gotta enjoy your life while you have it.
At least wait until we get back there, because I don't want to have to drag your ass and explain.
I'm good. Like, okay, I'm fine. Yeah, all right, I'll stop.
All right, let's go.
All right. You guys make your way back slowly but surely. An hour after you guys leave the tavern, you guys get back to the Mages Guild. You're standing in the
I'm gonna
reception
give you your full
desk.
bottle back.
You're standing in the receptionist area. There's no one here. It's empty.
All right, I guess. Screw it. I'm just gonna give him his bottles and say, "Let's go," and then I'm gonna head back into that eating area where we were
Okay.
previously. Sit down.
Okay. As you head back in, no one is still there. The eating
Okay, I'm gonna
area
sit
is
down
empty.
and then I'm gonna down another 4th a bottle.
Okay. Roll Constitution.
5.
Your vision's getting blurrier and blurrier. You're probably fading out for the night. Rem, what are you doing?
Okay,
I'm going to bed.
Okay. Where are you going?
we don't have keys.
Where isn't we should try to okay.
You have no
Sober
idea.
thoughts. We should approach Jaylene and ask her for our room keys.
The desk is
She wasn't
empty.
there. There's no one in the reception and there's no one in the sitting area.
I'm in the sitting area. I was waiting for you guys.
That's what I'm saying. Like, isn't he in the sitting area?
Oh, I thought he was in his
I
room
wave you.
meditating.
No, I was sitting down. I'm just
Okay.
meditating
So,
in the
yeah.
area. I wave you guys over
Okay.
and give you guys your
Okay.
keys.
Okay, you guys get your keys.
Back upstairs we go.
You guys go up to the second floor, finding your room somewhat sloppily. And yeah, you guys go in. Cinnamon, is there anything you're doing as you are the last one not sleeping?
I'm kind of helping them up to their room.
All right. As you get in and you close the door behind them, you are now just in an empty hallway.
Head into my room.
All right, you head
For the
to your
night.
room. Everyone goes to bed. You guys get a long rest. You restore all of your hit points, the spell slots you used, stuff like that. As you all wake up, you guys all wake up into the rooms, and all of your rooms are right next to each other.
I'm gonna look at my spells and see if I want to flip everything around.
That's fine.
I am probably so hungover that it doesn't matter what I do right now.
What are you guys doing? Everyone's waking up now.
All right, I'm gonna head down into that not sitting area, where we like ate. I don't know what to call it.
The dining area.
Just
I'm gonna head down into the
meeting all
dining area.
downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll head down there as well.
Okay.
Same with me.
Okay. So those who are heading down there, anyone else doing anything?
I'll head down with them as well.
Okay. Riven?
What's happening? Is it the morning already?
Yeah, you guys you just
Yeah.
woke up.
Okay. I've had a thought process happen. Wait, what's everybody doing? Hold up.
We're all
We're just
meeting
all
in
heading
the
downstairs. I'm super hungover. I don't know what Helminia's state is right now.
I'm
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
sure I'm
State.
great.
Yeah, I'm gonna head downstairs as well for some breakfast.
Okay. You guys all head down. They hand out hearty portions, stuff that mostly protein building, just eggs and sausages and such.
Old timey bacon was the shit.
Anyone else doing anything, or are all of you meeting down there?
I think we're all meeting.
Okay. As everyone kind of filters in, you guys are all just sitting at the table. What are you guys doing?
Breakfast,
Well-
dude.
Firstly, I wanna. Does anybody know where we can get some supplies? First of all.
Yeah,
We went
found
to a
few shops
couple
right there.
stores the other day.
Okay. I'm gonna need to
So
go
we
to one
went
of my-
into.
I
Let
have-
me look at my map real quick. We
have
went to a magic store called Spectral Allies. We went into a weapon store called Viper's Weapons, and we went into a forge called Thorn's Forge.
Okay.
We could ask Jaylene to mark some more things on our map
Yes.
because I'd like to
I'm-
buy a cart today.
I'd like to go see if I can find and buy a tent. So I have had a little bit of a thought process last night. What I plan on doing is that since tomorrow we plan on going to Lichten, right, to deal with the undead there. I was actually thinking, cause obviously I am not patient enough. I was thinking of going there, like after I grab supplies, like pretty much before or after lunch, and I plan on heading there in that direction, and then maybe like setting up a camp, but kind of on the outskirts, so I can do a little bit of scouting from a distance and see if there's any advantages that we can have.
Are you telling us that?
I am telling you this. This is my character.
Is there nothing you need to buy in town?
Oh, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna do that after breakfast, and then right after lunch head out.
It doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Yeah, I'm not rushing in, but I will. You know what? Who has a map? Who's a map?
I do.
Zex
I have the
carries the
map.
map.
I'm the map guy.
Show me the map real quick.
Okay, I lay out the map in front of you.
Okay.
Big map or little map? Map of Greywall or the map of the whole area?
Map of whole area. I need to know what the terrain is like. Can I get a perception, like, to see
As
what the
he-
terrain is
as
like
he-
around Lichten?
Yeah, as he unfurls the map, you guys can see Lichten, as
Yeah.
there's just a straight road going between it, and it looks like Lichten's a good size, about a third of the size of Greywall. It seems to be one of the only cities that has gotten to that size. And it is seemingly just light forest between Greywall and Lichten.
Okay.
It gets a little bit thicker up in the northern side. But other than that, it's just forest and a road straight shot.
Okay, are there any hills or higher elevation near Lichten to where I could get a kind of vantage into the city?
Not that you see.
Okay.
As you're looking, a lot of the middle seems very flat.
Okay. Alright. I'm gonna point the map just to the left of Lichten. This is where I'm gonna set up camp. You all see that ping right there.
Okay.
Just so you guys know where I am and know where to find me.
I have something for you if you'll be heading that way alone.
What is it?
I've got 2 vials of holy water just in case things get dicey.
Ah, thank you. I would appreciate that.
So you have 2 vials of holy water right now, just in case things get dicey.
2 vials of holy water. Thank you. Okay.
So real quick, out of character, or never mind. I'll shut up.
Yeah, just keep going.
Anyways, that's my plan. So, time for breakfast.
As you guys
Breakfast.
pour over the eggs and sausage that they're serving you. You guys finish a hearty breakfast, and finishing your plates and the servers taking them away. You guys are free to do what you want.
Can I go find somewhere that will sew my badge onto my quiver?
Yeah. How are you going?
I'm gonna
about
go use
trying
the
to-
bathroom.
How are you going about trying to find that?
We'll just go look around.
Yep. Roll an investigation check then.
Not one.
You find yourself handily just in the square of the town, and no matter which way you go, north, south, east, west, you always seem to find yourself in the square, not really knowing what you're doing. You just always
Cool.
seem to find yourself back there, and that is where they are. Anyone else?
Okay, I'm gonna need to find a place that sells, I don't know, maybe a tent. I need a tent.
Okay. How are you going about trying to find one? Just looking, or?
What can I use? Can I use investigation or?
Sure, you can use investigation just like them.
Alright,
I'm back.
we're gonna do that.
Can I?
22.
Are
22.
Are you guys
okay.
doing something?
You're.
My bad.
Yeah.
You are able to go through, and you're able to find a little bit on the road next to the Mages Guild. You are able to find a small shop with a just older looking dwarven gentleman, and he looks at you. He's got all these kind of camping supplies on it, from tent stakes to actual tents to like fishing poles. Just a bunch of camping equipment, it seems.
Okay. Is it still me?
Yeah, this is on you.
Okay. Good evening, sir. I'm going to be needing a tent. Do you have any recommendations you can give me?
Well, I'd give you a tent for. Is it just for yourself?
Yes, sir. Just me.
Good. Plenty of single tents. I recommend, and he goes behind this counter and takes out this tightly woven tent. And just plops it down. And he's like, just simple, nothing wrong with it. No holes, waterproofed, good stuff. It would be 2 gold from you.
That works for me, good sir. I'm gonna pay him
Perfect.
2 gold.
And you mark off 2 gold on your sheet, and you add a
Yep.
tent. 2 person. You can
Two
fit
person?
up to 2 people in it. He's a very nice old man.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
I have rations. So, hold up. Out of character real quick, asking about my equipment. So I started with an explorer's pack. Is that water skin filled with water, or do I need to go find a place to fill it with water?
You can have it filled with water, and you can fill it pretty easily at the Mage's Guild.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna bid the gentleman a goodbye,
Okay.
and I am going to head back to the guild to fill my water.
Okay. As you head back to the guild, what is everyone else doing?
What are these
wanna
areas
go-
that are marked on the map? Like these green buildings?
Those are the bars. That.
These are the bars.
Mhm.
Okay, okie dokie. I want to
Yeah,
ask.
I want to go. Never mind. Go.
I wanted to ask Jaylene where we can get like buy carriages and shit at.
Shaylene's. Well, there's quite always a lot of horses and carriages being moved out. So if you go to any of the gates, there will be a stable next to them. They're all very competitive, so they'll all have similar prices. There won't be really a need. I'd recommend you go to the western gate, as it's the closest to the Mage's Guild, obviously.
This is to own and not rent, correct?
Of course. Not a lot of horses come back.
Ominous, but appreciated.
Of course.
That's gonna be my next goal. I'll see
Not
what
everyone
Zex is
who buys a horse is a guild member.
Oh, so I get to flaunt. I'm not saying this in character, but guild superiority.
Yeah. So you head down there.
What is Zex doing first? Because I want someone to come with me if no one's doing anything before I start heading that way.
Okay,
Well, I
Zex is gonna pull out his graph, a map of Greywall, and ask her to mark down just like any shops that might be useful for us as we go on our journey, since we're planning on leaving Greywall soon.
As she's looking, she's like, well, I see you already have the spectral allies. Those are probably going to be much of your magic needs. Honestly, unless if you're trying to get food or rations, there's not much I can add.
Okay, and then the other thing I wanted to ask was, yesterday with the map, this morning it occurred to me it would not be a horrible idea to get smaller settlements marked on it as well. If you know any other than what's already on there, that would be super appreciated.
Of course. And she takes the map from you, and you guys can all see as she takes the map and marks Dartmouth and also Law marks down Lockton.
Hey, question. Out of character.
So,
How long would it take me to walk 40 miles? Am I gonna need a horse?
you can do it. It's just
What is
gonna...
Lockton? Is that the second village here?
Yep, that's what she marked.
Okay. I'm with you while you're doing this map thing, right?
Yeah, I would assume so. You said you wanted to wait for me, right?
I kind of want to interrupt her and tell her that Lockton doesn't exist anymore.
Go for it.
Lockton doesn't exist anymore.
She kind of pauses and
The town is still there, but there's nobody there.
What happened to Locke?
Orcs.
It's an orc situation. We dealt with it on our way here.
Rip Lockton.
Lockton doesn't exist.
appreciate that. I will make sure the other members of the guild know. And she
Are there
kind of nods and makes a note on a book that's on the desk.
Are there any other villages, like maybe on our way to Lichten, or just in any direction that you might know about, just so we can expect when to run into settlements?
No, there's nothing else on the way to Lichten. It's just a straight shot. You might run into a caravan. There used to be a lot of trade, although The contract for Lichten, if you don't know about it's over on the wall. A lot of trade has been halted, so the road might be a little barren.
All right, thank you.
Of course.
I guess that ends my conversation, so if we want to go now, Helenia.
Okay. So you guys head down there. Is there anything anyone else wants to do?
Can I head back to Viper's Weapons?
Sure. You
I
know
guess
where.
I need to find a horse shop.
Uh,
I don't want a horse though. Wait. Question. I am technically Azimar, but I am fallen. Can I still fly?
No, you don't have that yet.
Okay.
You can head to Viper's Weapons pretty easily. As you go in, you see the same human with tattoos going up their arms, just looking at you. Welcome. As they hold up their hand.
Hello, I'd like to buy 20 arrows.
20 arrows, of course. Let me go grab those for you. Arrows have never been a large problem for me. Give me a second, and he moves behind, moving through the weapons and stuff. He goes and he comes out with... You said you wanted 20?
Yes.
He's holding the stack. He's like, all right. Let's do... I'd say for you, let's do 15 gold.
Right.
You take the 15 arrows and you mark off, or 20 arrows and you mark off 15 gold.
Yep.
All right. Anyone else?
I would like to say real quick, I'm still stuck in like the big map for some reason.
Just refresh the page.
Okay.
Oh shit, I'm also in the big map too. I just didn't care.
Can I ask
All right.
the shopkeeper at Viper's Weapons if he knows of a place in town where I could get some sewing work done?
Sewing work. Give me a second. He takes out almost like a ledger. You know, I'd love to recommend you a lovely, lovely tailor. His name's Thomas. Works. Actually, you go a little bit west of here and then down the southern road. You'll hit Thomas's shop pretty quickly.
Thank you.
Not a problem. And, yeah. All right. Anything
Right
anyone
there.
else is doing? Yeah.
Where are
you're
Rem and
heading.
Vex at right now?
You guys are still at the guild talking. We're talking to Jillian.
Can we go over to the westernmost gate?
Sure.
Yeah, it's right down here.
Yes, but if we go to the westernmost gate, the cart will already be like on the side where we want it.
You want to go to the eastern gate then?
No. Yes.
West is
I'm
California,
smart.
east is New
I'm
York.
smart.
Okay.
I got it. East.
As you guys leave, you guys, unless if Gilgamesh or Simeon wants to come with you, you guys leave.
I'll just vibe.
Okay. Simeon's not saying anything, so.
Choice between leaving here or staying?
Yeah, and shopping basically for a cart with the other two, or staying with Gilgamesh in the hall.
I'm gonna stay with
Okay.
in the hall.
As you guys leave and you're moving through, you actually see Riven coming back. He has a small like padded roll. You guys can tell as a tent up on his shoulder. He's walking back, and you guys cross paths. You guys are just walking by, or?
I guess. I mean, We can offer for him to come with us if he wants to.
You stop. You guys tell Riven about how you're gonna go to a stable to get horses, or a cart. And with no response from Riven, you guys can just keep heading on as he goes.
We're going to get a cart.
Yep.
Why was that at?
Because they were fucking talking to you.
Oh, shoot, I'm sorry.
Basically, as you're taking the tent back to the Mage Guild, you pass Zex and Rem. They say they're gonna go to a stable to get a cart.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If you want to come with them, is what they're asking.
Oh, what's the upkeep price on horses? Any of you guys know? Any of you guys have horses?
We have 2 horses.
How much does it cost to keep them? You know, like
I'm-
fed.
I'm assuming if we let them graze, not a lot, personally.
Hmm.
It's DM discretion. I figured if there's grass, it's
Yeah.
fine.
So far, the party's just
many-
been tying the horses to trees and they're grazing and giving them water.
How much? How much do you guys' horses cost?
We paid
Wait,
sale price, like 40, 60 gold, something like that.
Oh, I
So-
can't
I
believe
afford
we
that. Never
paid-
mind.
60 gold.
so do
we
you guys
got 2
own
horses.
horses?
already. Yeah, we have 2 horses right now. One of
So
them's
we already
April,
have
one
2
of them's kind
horses.
of like a party horse, and then I'm gonna get a cart. And during the day, some of us can sleep, and then at nighttime, the people that slept during the day can stay up at night and keep watch. And we'll switch our sleep schedules back and forth like that. That was my plan.
Do we need more than 2 horses?
No, we shouldn't need more than 2 horses, but Riven wanted to go out and scout, so we just let him do his own thing.
I don't have money. I'm gonna go fill up my water and then I'll head out.
Okay. As Riven goes and he goes to fill up his water, you guys head over to the easternmost gate and you see a stable there.
Do I see like a place where there would be like carts, or am I just seeing?
You see carts and horses and stuff basically along the line. It's pretty all-purpose, and you can tell that they kind of expect travelers. They probably get a lot of business.
I'm gonna approach the nearest shopkeep-esque area and ask how much a cart costs.
As you come up, it's just a like a young, fresh face. This is probably something he does, just for money, kind of thing. He's like, let me check the brochure. Give me a second.
Let me check the fucking brochure.
And just he's out of it, and just basically as you're looking, this is probably someone who's studying somewhere. It just doesn't look like he's even paying attention to you as you're trying to correct him. He's moving past, kind of bumping into stuff.
I want an insight on him. Is he like actually studying something, or is he sick?
Roll insight.
Does a 25 succeed?
This kid is dead tired. He's probably working, studying something, doing something else. He's just dead tired.
Okay.
He comes back to you. He's like, 15 gold for a cart.
How much for a horse?
I need a carriage, not like a cart. Like a cart's tiny. I need like a carriage with like the canvas top that like we can get in and like close up, like a trader's caravan type thing that we
okay.
can like get in and close up.
How big do you want it?
Enough for a party of 10.
That's a very big carriage.
I'm on some very big business, and I'm gonna kind of like just like I'm gonna put my guild badge down on the thing.
Kind of nods like,
On the desk. I'm on very big business.
Gotcha. He walks away and just kind of shuffles. Well, we've got one quite large one, and it comes with a lot of stuff, but it's quite a lot more than a cart.
How much?
And kind of shuffles his feet. And that's 100.
100?
100.
What does it come with?
Comes with full overtop, waterproof top. It comes with extra wheel in case something breaks. Something to saddle horses onto. It already comes with that. You wouldn't have to buy that separate.
You said it's 100?
100.
You couldn't do it for 90, maybe?
Or persuasion.
Ooh, 13.
Sure.
Deal, homie.
He's just trying to. You can tell he's just trying to get you out of here.
So this is like, it's like one of the, like it has doors, I can close it.
As he leads you out towards it, you can see basically it is it's a quite large one. You could guess you'd probably be able to fit up to 4 people in there. It has a thing that sticks out, and you can put 2 horses to pull it along, with a seat in the front for someone to like drive it if needed. It has basically a wooden slab on the front side, and then you can see a spot where you can put a wooden slab to mark it off on the other side. Other than that, it's just canvas supported by wooden poles that comes across.
This isn't what I asked for. I asked for a 10-man, he gives me a 4-man? Is this the best that he has?
As you're looking around, this is by a large margin the biggest thing there.
I don't think this is worth it. Some of
I
us are
agree.
still gonna have to travel on foot. I think
Would it hurt to go and check the other entrances?
It wouldn't hurt. No, but I think what we're asking falls outside of the realm of what a standard place can give us. Maybe the
Except
royal
for this
office?
is like, this is also, yeah, I would say maybe we check up there next, but this is like the biggest city in here. So if they don't have it here,
They don't have
like
it
in
here,
this town,
but there should be something. Like the only other thing I know that could hold, like I'm gonna say this discreet, like the only thing I know for sure that can hold people that you could maybe find is a slave caravan, but I have no fucking clue where to find that. And I don't want to find out where the fuck I can get that from.
mm-hmm.
But I know I've merely heard that slave caravans can hold groups of 8.
All right,
Heard.
well, for now,
I don't know
for now,
sure.
let's go up and check in that royal district.
See if they can help us with it. We'll do that first, then, yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay, where are you guys going?
We're going to this royal office to see if they can going here.
Okay.
See if they can get us anything.
As you guys head through, you walk in, and everything's kind of laced with blues and purple accents on the inside. As you see just mostly half elves moving through. They seem to be the ones who have kind of worked through this, and they are all wearing blue like kind of fine silk and stuff with purple accents to their shoulders and such. As you guys walk in, they all kind of look up at you, and then everyone who's doing paperwork just kind of keeps going back to doing it.
I don't want to approach the front desk. I'm feeling rather nervous with all these pretty colors. Zex, you should do it.
All right, I'll approach the front desk
Okay.
confidently.
As you stroll up to the front desk. There's just like an older half elf man, just gray streaks going through their hair, circular glasses, kind of hanging down their nose, just kind of slowly writing in a book. And he looks up at you, looks down. What can I help you with?
Oh.
Hello, sir. I'm Zex, and I was wondering if you could tell me where I might be able to purchase something like a 10-person carriage.
10-person carriage. You already tried the stables around the wall.
We just tried the Eastern Gate. We wanted to stop by over here since it was on our way, just going around.
Of course. Normally 10-person gates aren't normal, as they put it. Most carriages hold 4 to 5 people. Something like that would probably require a custom order.
Do you know where I could put something like that in?
Southern Gate, probably. The person's a bit more crafty than the folks over at the East and the West Gate.
All right, thank you for your time.
Of course. He has not looked up at you since saw you first and taken you in.
Oh yeah, same energy. We should tell him we're from the Union.
No, I
Alright,
want to be as respectful as possible. Let's skedaddle.
I said my piece. JC knows what he knows what I'm referencing to.
Oh, yeah.
He's not laughing, but he knows. He knows. Guess we'll go to the South Gate then and try to custom order this. And if it doesn't work out, we're gonna be going on foot, horses.
Okay. As you guys go through, you are able to go, and as you get to it, it's very obvious that this one's a bit bigger than the other one you went to. And instead of like a sunken-eyed, tired-looking human, there's someone who's actually relatively built. Seems to be a half-dwarf, just kind of working through, kind of going through the horses, and you can see like a little bit more of like a bond between him and the mounts as he's moving through, making sure that they've all gotten something as it's getting closer to lunch.
I'm gonna approach him and tell him that the royal office sent us this way.
I always knew those things would be good for something. What can I do for you?
We're looking for what we can only assume now is a custom ordered carriage that would hold 10 people,
His eyes,
that can hold up to the elements and can be closed.
his eyes kind of like open a bit, and you can see so I was like, well, it'd be quite a challenge. Lucky for you. I love a challenge. I'd be able to make something for you. How soon would you be looking to get this?
How soon can you make it?
Oh, let me see. I'd probably be combining the main holes from 2 different carriages. 3 days.
That's reasonable.
I don't think we have 3 days to sit here. I don't think we're gonna have
Well,
enough money.
we're already sending one person ahead. If we really want to worry about this, we can talk to someone else and see if they want to go ahead as well. Then we'll have 2 people going ahead, so they won't be alone, and they can just hang out and scout for 3 days while this is being built.
How much money will we be looking at for this?
Let's see. It's using the parts. 2 carriages. 2 carriages are expensive. $225.
And it would be good quality. I trust you're a man of your word, and I feel like you have pride in your work.
Nothing can make better quality than I. Promise you that.
Just to go over our specifications.
Mhm.
10 people.
10 people.
Closed doors.
Closed doors.
Weatherproof.
Weatherproof. Sounds doable for me. Just give me 3 days. Give me 250 gold. I can make it for you.
You said 225.
I love your eye. He kind of chuckles to himself, leans back, and starts stroking his chin. He's got clean shaven face, and he's just moving his hand through. He's like, "All right, it settles it. I'll make something for you. You guys seem good."
We'll pay 50% up front if that's reasonable, rather than paying it all up front.
50%. Roll persuasion.
Give you 110 now,
Persuasion
115 later.
For persuasion, you said?
Mm-hmm.
20, dirty 20.
He kind of moves his fingers from his hand to rubbing his hands together. He's like, "Well, do love a good challenge. I'll take it. I'll take the upfront cost, and then you'll pay me when I give you the carriage."
All right. Zax, how much money do you have?
I have 84 gold.
So who's gonna pay for this carriage?
I'll throw as much
Me.
money as I
It's
can.
me. It's me. He
You
wants
guys
110 now, right?
Have to mark off 110 right now.
I can mark off 110 now.
Okay. Yeah. And you hand him the gold. He puts it into a pouch on the side, and he cracks his knuckles and see you guys in 3 days.
I might be back later.
Wonderful.
I have to ask real quick, how many horses would be required to pull a carriage like this?
You could get by with 2. I can make you get by with
Yeah.
2. Depends on how many people you have in it. With 4, you might want another 2 to be able to, or with full 10, you might want to be able to have 4 to switch in and out so they don't get beat up.
You
I
know,
always want to treat them
Alright.
right.
or one.
How much
Bigger
is it to
horse.
purchase horses from you?
There's one bigger horse. We need like a. We need a beefy boy.
You want to?
Something made for pulling this machine that you've built.
I have to tell you, if you guys are struggling to pay for this carriage, you ain't gonna be able to pay for one of those large horses. I tell you right now, those things are a thing of beauty.
Even for guild members?
Sorry, I'm not one to be associated with the guild. I don't have any.
Oh damn!
I don't have any benefits given.
Said fuck us. Shit.
I apologize. These horses, they're not just any horses.
I'm fully aware of the power of horses. You know.
And that's something we can agree on.
We'll just go with the carriage for now, and then we'll. No, no! Get it out of here! Say, get that out of here! Cursed!
All right.
Get that shit out of here!
What do you? As you guys are finishing up that deal, Riven, you've finished up your water skin, and it's
Okay.
getting close to lunch.
It's not lunch yet, or
It's like about to crest into lunch. People are starting to. You can see certain guild members coming downstairs and going to sit at tables.
Okay.
You see the crowd basically that you saw last night. A lot of humans with some dwarfs and elves mixed in. You do not see the raven masked man.
wait, I don't see what?
The guy that had the raven mask on.
Oh,
But you do see the other crowds.
okay. Well, I'm gonna eat real quick. So,
You sit and eat a quick lunch.
okay, and I'm gonna head towards the eastern gate and head out.
Okay. You head over to the eastern gate, and with just you yourself and your will to kick evil's butt, you start heading out on your journey. It's gonna take you a bit to get there, but you will
Amazing.
be able to make it because it is a main road. Will probably be 3 days travel. right now.
Oh.
Because you are on foot,
Okay.
and it is a long. Actually, what's your movement speed's just 30, right?
Yeah, 30 feet.
Okay, you're not struggling from it yet. It's more like because it is a really finely traveled road. Yeah, 3 days still sounds right as you're alone without a horse.
Okay.
Okay. You guys all move through, and you're on your way. I'll tell you if something happens to you. And anyone else want to be doing anything for the rest of the day in Greywall?
I need to go to that sewing shop.
Yep. As you head down, you head in here and you see a human, young, maybe in his 30s, just fingers, and he's got one, like, kind of very close, almost like a microscope pointed in at this fine piece of green cloth, and as you step in, you see one row is like fine leather armors that seem to be like decorative, and the other side you see fine like silks and others with gem encrusted on the other side, and he's just kind of sitting at the back wall, just kind of slowly moving a needle through something, but you see very precise movements with his fingers.
Hello.
He stops and welcome. What are you here for?
I was hoping you could sew my Mage's Guild badge onto the strap of my quiver.
Oh, of course. Mage's Guild quiver. Yeah, of course. May I see the quiver and badge?
Yeah, hand him over the quiver and the badge.
Yeah, he hands over the quiver, and he places the badge on it, and he holds up. He's like, and it's about like right next to where the arrows would be, like next to the opening, the top portion. He's like, "Is this good? Is this how you'd like it? Or would you like it in the middle or the bottom, or?"
I was hoping it could be in the middle so it could be visible,
Okay.
like from the front while I'm wearing it.
Okay, he places it in the middle, and he seems to like set the needle on it. And as you're looking, it looks like he's just almost like tracing out the top of it with his needle as he's going through, until all of a sudden he just kind of flips it around, and you see that he's not holding onto the badge anymore. And he has right in front of you, in just a couple, like maybe a minute, has already sewed it on, and the flip around was him taking the thread off of the needle. There you go.
Thank you.
Of course, it was my pleasure.
How much would that be?
Oh, that took no time at all. There's no issue.
I'd like to give him 2 gold pieces anyway.
Oh, thank you very much.
Welcome. You have a good day.
You have a good day as well. And you walk out of the store. Or
Cool.
the tailor shop. Anyone else doing anything?
I wanted to. Well, first I want to go outside the wall for a bit. I need to get some paper and ink from somewhere first. So.
Okay.
I
Why?
guess I'm looking. Don't worry about it.
Paper and ink. I have paper and ink.
You're with me?
Yeah, you guys are
Yes.
together at the horses.
I need paper and ink, and then I want to go outside the wall for a bit.
Hey, I'll give you paper and ink. There you go.
All right, then I want to make my way outside the wall, and I'm trying to find a bird.
Okay, you step outside
All
the
right,
southern
so-
wall.
Specifically, a rather intelligent bird, so a raven or a crow will do.
Okay. You look around. Roll nature.
Desk is sticky from vodka cranberry juice. 5. Can I give it another go? I'm out here. I need to do this.
As you're looking, I'm gonna say you're gonna miss lunch, but you can roll again.
Bruh! 6.
There's a
I'm
lot.
staying out here until I find this bird.
Okay.
I mean, since I'm taking time to fulfill this task, couldn't you just say that I succeed? Since I'm taking time, specifically to do this task.
If you let me keep talking, I'll tell you stuff. Luckily,
Wow.
luckily, Greywall has birds about it, and there are crests given around of ravens. But you spend the first couple hours missing lunch, looking the wrong way as you find out, as your shoulders start to like sag and you kind of resign yourself to, I'm probably not going to be able to do it. And you turn around and you look at the southern gate and you kind of like peer up a little bit, and there's a bunch of ravens that are perched on the actual wall. You see about 6 ravens that are on the actual wall of Greywall.
Can I attempt to appeal to one of these ravens?
How are you going to do
I'm
that?
going to use guidance first.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to bribe it with the silver. So I'm going to have the silver, because they love shiny shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to get it to come and approach me. I want to speak with it.
You hold up a silver coin. Roll animal handling.
I'm using guidance for this as well.
Okay.
I have time for that. I don't have a D4 set up. Give me a second. I'm going to fish one out. Our rolls are just ass. Animal handling. Come on. Cooperate. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going inside. Fuck it. That was a nat 1. Fuck it. Fuck it.
As you hold it up, you think you're holding up the coin, but really it looks like you're holding up like the gloves on your fingers as you have the coin a bit too slipped down and seemingly nothing from the birds. That was literally the only thing you couldn't roll.
I'll try again tomorrow.
Okay, as you go in. Anyone else doing anything?
I mean, I'm
head
chilling
back
back
to the
at
Mage
the where I am.
Okay. Anyone's not chilling.
I'm just gonna head back to the Mage Guild.
Alpha and I are chilling.
Okay. As everyone chills, Riven, as you're heading through, you can see as you push through after eating your lunch and you go through the rest of the first day, it's getting quite dark. Are you gonna head down? Are you gonna bed down for the night, or what are you doing?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
What are you
I've
doing?
been trying to fix some stuff. It's me?
It's getting dark. What are
Happening.
you doing? Because you're on the road right now.
I'm gonna set up camp for the night.
Okay, are you
Just
setting
gonna
up
set up my
camp,
tent
like off the road
and-
or on the road or what?
off the road. I'm not gonna camp in the middle of the road.
Okay. Just checking. As you move your way along, you set up camp in the middle of the road. Any specifics
Okay,
you do?
Well, first of all, can I check my surroundings, see if there's anything that's gonna harm me or isn't healthy to be sleeping next to?
Yeah, roll nature.
Shoot. Hold up. Let me look at my modifiers again. I'm sorry, I had to close out everything because I had to upgrade my drivers.
You're fine.
Close out of that. Okay. Nature. Ah, +2. A nat 20, baby! So 22.
You are able to see, looking through, you see animal tracks of deer and such. Luckily, you don't see any wolves or anything. You don't see any dangerous plants. And you would be able to look, and the night's very clear. And you think to yourself, man, I probably don't even need a tent tonight. I'm probably pretty good.
You know what? Screw it. Sleep under the stars.
Sleeping under the
Let out
stars
my
like a champ.
Bed mat.
Okay, as you spread out and sleep, all of you wake up And I assume Riven's just going to keep heading on.
Yes.
Okay. And as Riven keeps going on, what are the rest of you doing?
I want to go out and try to appear to these fucking birds again.
Okay, you head out. You hold up the coin. Roll animal handling again.
Ten.
As you hold up the coin, you realize that you need to shift your thumb so the silver peeks up, and they all kind of look at you, and then one in the middle kind of moves its feet and flies down and lands on the ground in front of you.
I'm gonna attempt to convince it to deliver a message for me.
Okay, how are you doing that?
I'm going to, through my animal gestures, I can speak to it and convey simple ideas.
Okay.
I want to say, for coin delivered to man that smells of blood.
Raven kind of cocks its eye at you, and then you hear you see it almost like nodding at you.
I'm going to scrawl out the message on the parchment with the ink that Zex gave me.
Okay.
Carriage is going to take 3 days. At max, see you in a week. Rem.
Okay. You scrawl this out, and you.
And I'm gonna give it to the Raven.
Okay, it takes it, and starts like flapping its wings, and it kind of looks at you expectantly.
I'm gonna give it the coin as well.
It takes the coin in its beak.
I'm gonna give it the 1-2.
Flies off. All right.
That's it. I just had to let him know what was going on.
Okay. Anyone else in Greywall doing anything? Nope. Everyone else is just chilling at the Mages Guild?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think so.
If you're gonna say something, speak up. All right.
Guess we're good.
Okay. I'm assuming everyone's just waiting, so we're gonna have a little.
I wanted to go to the guy's workshop if I could and see if he'll let me watch so I know how to fix shit if it gets broken. Like tires and doors and shit, and see if he'll let me sit with
Okay.
Bro, I am really going on this journey by myself.
You are.
For now, yes.
You get to him and you ask him, and you see he's like, all you needed to do was ask, and he's very proud of his work, and he lets you sit down. You can roll just kind of a perception to see what you can see and glean from it.
Let me. Here. This. Oh, come on. 18.
Okay, so you see him securing the wheels and the such on the sides as he's like looking on and almost like gesturing towards what's needed, and you get the feeling that the main thing that is needed to repair the wheels and stuff and make sure are all basically will be included on near the back of the cart, and you yourself would be able to handle the majority of the issues that would come with the cart, like the tearing of the stuff. You'd be able to re-sew it together.
Tearing wheels,
general
the doors.
wheel problems. Yeah. As long as the cart itself isn't split into pieces, you should be able to do general wear and tear maintaining.
I've put into my notes. I've learned how to fix. Should I put? I've learned how to fix the carriage.
Yes. Okay. Now on to a little bit with Riven. As you are traveling along, you see basically a bunch of just cart tracks, wheel tracks, footprints going through the road as you make your way across. As you hits midday, you're feeling pretty good, and the thing that's kind of stuck out to you the most is everything is empty. Everything is barren. From what you know, this should be like a very well-traveled road, and you can see that it's a well-traveled road, but no one is making it more well-traveled right now.
Hmm. Okay, so it looks like it's well traveled, but I just don't see anybody.
Yeah, it's almost like this road has had heavy use for years, but right now there's not a soul on that road.
Can I do like a perception or an investigation check to see, like maybe like check out the tracks and see like if like they're old or any of them are fresh at all?
Of course.
Okay, so I'm gonna investigate then. 16.
As you go and you're looking through the ruts of the carriage and stuff, you realize all of it is pretty much a week old or even older.
Do I still have that? Wait a minute. Do I still have that contract on me, or
Yeah,
did
you
I
do.
never take it?
You
Okay.
never gave it to anyone else.
All right. Can I want to look at it. Is it say anything about when Lichten was overrun by undead?
It said a week ago.
Oh, okay. This makes sense then.
Mm-hmm.
No more further questions.
Okay, as you head on.
I'm subtracting a day's worth of rations since
Mm-hmm.
just for today.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Keeps track of that.
As you head a bit closer, and it's getting dim and light, you do see something peculiar on the road.
I'm gonna.
Off from the car, it looks like a large, overturned cart almost, like a push cart.
Ooh. Can I do like a perception to see if there's anything like around me that could have pushed that cart over?
Sure.
Okay. 1.
It's a cart.
It do be a cart though.
It do be.
Okay. This is concerning. Is it? I guess I can't perception twice. I'm gonna approach it.
Okay, you approach
Check
the
it out.
cart, and as you're looking, it's a hand cart. It's something one person would push along.
Oh.
And just kind of lift it up, and it has like the two things that would go down and help it stay in place once the person's not lifting it, and then two wheels on the other side. And it's currently turned over, and you see like rotten tomatoes and just rotten like vegetables and otherwise just spread out and crushed and rotten along it.
Can I do an investigation to see how rotten they would be?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would that be investigation?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. 13.
As you're looking between them, the smell as it reaches your nose is sickly sweet of over-ripened. As you yourself have been something of a hunter, it's less of you being able to tell that they're not that rotten and more of you realizing animals probably would have eaten this by now if it was here for a long time.
Okay. Can I do more investigating to see if there's any like tracks nearby? Like maybe see any markings on the ground?
That would
Maybe
be
footprints.
survival.
Oh, that's survival? Alright, we'll do a survival check then.
Okay.
I do be proficient in that. Not as proficient as I thought. 11.
As you're kind of looking, it's hard to see much of anything to make out.
How dim is it? Can I keep going to get kind of far away from this?
You can keep pushing. It'll just be a while, and you'll be walking around the dark for a little bit.
I'm fine with that. I'll probably light a torch then.
Okay.
Or maybe I won't light a torch. I don't want to draw attention to me. I'm just gonna use my dark vision.
Okay. As you walk through, your dark vision works fine. How long are you walking?
At least. Like maybe like. I don't know, like a kilometer.
Okay. as you head on, you go through the night. Since you're being careful and you're not trying to light anything, you're just using your dark vision. Roll a stealth check.
Oh, I get a disadvantage to that because of my
Yep.
scale mail.
You do.
So what's the disadvantage for that?
You roll the dice twice and you take the lower value.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Okay, 11.
Okay. You're heading your way through. You kind of wince every single time your armor makes the clank sound, but you've kind of gotten used to it. You seem to go through. You're down, and you've gotten about 1 kilometer away from it.
Okay. Can I do another nature check to see if there's anything dangerous around?
Sure.
I'm gonna be sleeping. Okay. Oh my god, what is up with these fucking rolls? I got 12.
Okay. You figure you might have to put up your tent tonight, but everything else, it's a little dark and you can't see colors.
Okay, I am going to set up me tent and put my bedroll in it and
Okay.
sleep.
You set up your tent?
Yes.
Okay. As you go through the night, I want you to roll a perception check.
Oh god. Oh yeah, baby. 18.
Okay. You hear this clank of armor, something that you're used to, but it's heavier, and you wake up in your tent. It's probably been a couple hours since you've fallen asleep, and you hear the shuffle of armor.
I'm gonna ready my weapon.
Mm-hmm.
How far does it sound like it's away?
It sounds pretty close, and it sounds like
Really
it's getting
close.
louder.
Okay. I'm gonna ready my weapon and take a peek outside.
Okay. Roll perception.
Come on. Oh no, 9.
Okay. You don't see anything. It's black. You see the trees because you do have dark vision. You can hear it though, and it's getting louder.
Oh no. Can I? Ooh, hold up. Big brain moment. I am going to use a minor illusion,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna cause a loud scream to happen like 30 feet in a direction that's not near me.
Okay.
Not where the road is either, kind of away from it to kind of try and like see if I can lure it away.
Okay.
Okay.
So you focus, and all of a sudden, this high-pitched, like shrill scream echoes out through the forest. And you wait. You hear the. Did you hear that? Shh! Shh! Shut up! Shut up! And you hear two voices kind of muttering between. Shut up!
Oh no.
Well, I heard something. We all heard it. Shut up! You think it's someone out there? Shut up! I think it's a banshee. Shut the fuck up! Shall we go look for the banshee? Fine. You hear shuffling, moving out in the direction you cast the spell.
Okay. Oh god. Now's my chance. I don't want to leave my tent. How fast can a man pick up a tent? Like not even fold it, just like pick it up.
You just pick it up.
Kind of like rip it out of the stakes and just drag that baby along.
You can.
We're gonna do that,
Okay.
and we're just gonna book it in the opposite direction,
Okay.
kind of more towards the road and get ready to move.
Okay. As you open up the tent, are you trying to be quiet about this? I assume.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know if I really can, but yeah, we're
Okay.
gonna try.
Well, roll your disadvantage on stealth.
As we're carrying a tent as well. Oh, first roll's really good. Come on, baby. Oh, okay, 17. Our first roll is 18. That's that's pretty good.
Okay. As you're going through, you're quickly picking up the tent, pulling out the stakes, putting them in your bag, and you kind of crumple up the tent silently, roll it up, and you're like, you feel your breathing getting faster as you look up, picking up the tent. You can see over where you'd cast a spell. There's 3 figures in pitch black, darkened armor, like kind of searching around. As you quickly move up your sack, hold in both of your arms, and move back towards the road.
Oh god. What time would it be right about now? You said I got a few hours of sleep.
Yeah, it's probably like 1 in the morning.
Okay. I'm assuming I have some adrenaline going. I need to move. I obviously need to move. I'm gonna start moving. I'm just gonna start moving more towards Lichten.
And with that, you you don't really get a restful sleep, but you do move towards Lichten, seemingly unscathed.
Yes, good.
As we go, we'll go back to anyone else. Is for the final day of the 3, are you guys doing anything? Any of them?
No.
I think I'll.
Doing anything.
Oh no, I can't really afford it if I want to pay for the carriage. I think today we should. We're all together, right? I'm assuming we've all like congregated as we're waiting for the
Everyone
for
but
the
Riven
carriage
is
to be
there.
done.
You know, I'm starting to regret going alone, especially after that moment.
Is how much money do we have all collectively?
So I have
50.
84.
Do we want more holy water for this thing, or?
I still have some silvered bolts from previously when we were going to face that devil.
Mm-hmm. And Gilgamesh, your axe is still silvered, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't wear off.
We could figure out the horse situation today, because it was recommended that we get 2 additional horses so that we can rotate out. And I think I will go sit with the man that's making our cart today just to see what else I can learn about it, so I can, be aware of how to fix it.
All right, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you 70 of my gold so that that'll leave me with 14, but if I give you 70, hopefully that'll help find another horse, because I feel like you're just paying for everything.
I mean, I did have the most money, and it was my idea to get the carriage in the first place. So
I'm not super worried about it. So you can have 70 gold. Take it.
Okay. I have
You
it.
guys are so rich.
I was rich because I had some leftover change from a ruby that I sold. I didn't sell it, but they sold it and they gave me the change back. So I had a bit. And this carriage, like, I kind of want to get it engraved. What do you guys think I should name it?
The carriage?
Yeah, I mean it's my carriage. I
Hmm.
practically paid for the whole thing. I have an emotional connection with my mode of transport.
So you want to name it?
The bitch hauler.
No, of course not.
Do we want a gender neutral name or
I'm just thinking of what I want to name it.
It's a good question.
No. We should do like an acronym, like for cart. Carry all rare things.
It's the cart. It carries all the rare things. Oh fuck! All right, the working name right now is cart. It's I went to great lengths to make sure it wasn't considered a cart, and now we're gonna call it cart.
Cart.
Yeah, I'm gonna go chill around that area today, get the horses if I can, and pay off the rest of it. Today's the last day for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I have no clue if my message made it to Riven at all, because I never went to go check back with the bird.
Yep.
Out of character, though, I would like to know.
You can get your perception check to see what you can glean from him today.
From what? The guy?
Yeah, since you're watching him.
24.
This is actually him. He's finished the majority of it, and right now he's getting the fixings for the horses, and he's using 2 of his own personal horses to test it. For this, you get to add that you would know how to saddle and unsaddle the horses quickly, as he shows you a couple techniques that help speed up the process.
I'm putting in my notes, I can quickly saddle and unsaddle horses now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, anyone else doing anything?
Nope.
I don't think so.
Okay. At the end of the session, at the end of the day, he turns to you. He's like, "Well, it's ready."
Alrighty.
He kind of wipes
What's
off
the
his
tail
hands,
end of what I owe you?
and you're gonna hand him the 115 of gold.
Yep.
Okay. So you mark off the 115 gold as he takes it. And much appreciated.
You sell horses here by any chance?
Of course, I sell horses here. Of course, I
You
do.
recommended that I have 2 additional horses. Do you think you could give me a deal on them?
Let me see. Draft horse. These horses are mighty expensive. You know what? You've been nice. You've been good. And I appreciate the business and allowing me to prove that I know what I'm doing.
Oh, if anyone asks where this extravagant carriage came from, you know I'll send them your way. Side note, I never asked this man his name, but I've been with him for 2 days. Can we assume that I did it?
You've
At some point,
gleaned-
ask this man his name?
You've gleaned his name's Gideon. He thinks after he's like, you know, someone who's not only willing to order something like this, order something that allows me to challenge myself and have a good 3 days of work. Hell, I'll give you 2 of them for... Normally I'd run you 50 a piece, but I'll give you both of them for 50 if you want.
Deal.
Of course.
No questions. Deal.
He hands you the 2 horses that he'd saddled up to test on it. He just kind of gestures like, those 2 are yours now.
Have you named these horses?
I like giving all of them names, of course. Do you want the, I mean, they are yours now. You are allowed to name them whatever you want, but they myself already have names.
Something in my brain's like, don't name them what you want to name them. And then there's like a child in me yelling, name them Citrus and Lightning. And I'm struggling.
Do it.
I'm struggling.
Do
I'm
it.
They are your horses. My names don't matter anymore.
You know what? I'm going with Citrus and Lightning. I bought 2 horses.
All right. Citrus
Their
and
name's
Lightning.
Don't
Citrus
forget
and
the
Lightning.
engraving. Don't forget the engraving.
We'll do that later.
All right, you guys take it and Rem, you kind of put it out next to the eastern wall, and you go back, and everyone else you're kind of sitting, just kind of musing
Since I'm at
over.
the eastern wall, can I go see if I see that raven that I gave that paper to?
As you go out from the southern wall to go around to the eastern wall, you do not see the
Ooh.
raven.
All right, good enough.
Okay, as you move it around, everyone else is kind of getting dinner, as it is the end of the day, as you come through, and everyone else is sitting eating.
Since it is dinner time,
Mhm.
my character's like, I'm gonna say I'm more than likely pretty freaking tired.
Yeah.
Can I just eat dinner and then set up tent early and kind of get extra sleep tonight?
Okay.
Because of that stressful moment.
Mm-hmm. So right now you're about 10 miles outside of Lichton as you set up
Beautiful.
your tent and go to bed. Everyone else is eating dinner. Rem comes through the door. What's going on?
Wait. Oh, sorry. After this.
Rem?
I come to the door.
You basically you go into the mage hall, and you go to the dining area where everyone else is already eating.
It's done. We can leave tomorrow. It's done.
Hell yeah.
Hooray.
The monstrosity of a carriage that I've commissioned. I'm not calling it that, but like this majestic beast of a carriage I've commissioned.
It's good quality.
Yeah?
It's not bad quality at all. This guy knew what he was doing.
So I'm about to jinx us. Are you ready?
Please
We're gonna
don't, but okay.
5 miles out of here, and then we're gonna get ransacked and everything's gonna get stolen.
Oh no,
Why
I'm
would
not
you
losing
say
this
that?
carriage. I'm not losing this carriage.
So are you guys waiting or are you guys heading out?
Let's go.
I want to wait until the
I
sun
thought we
comes
were
out.
waiting for the next night.
Why? We can go.
Do you want to move around in the middle
We don't
of
wanna travel in the dark.
night
Make him do watch then. If
with
we go
the
now.
undead patrolling?
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Do you want to get
And only-
jumped?
That's a good point. I
Do you
concede. I
want-
concede.
A skeleton to put his skelly bone
I
finger in your
concede.
bone
Are
hole.
you not hearing?
Oh my god.
I have to ask to be extra sure because you like to do shit that you shouldn't do.
This is true. I do. You're not wrong.
Okay. I paid for it. I decide when the carriage moves. And I don't want to move it right now at this particular time. Do you guys want to? I will take a majority vote on this.
Leaving tomorrow.
I'd say no. We move tomorrow.
There you go. You can't say I didn't do it diplomatically.
Alpha.
I think the term is democratically.
Diplomatically, democratically, dichotomy, doesn't
This
matter.
is a democracy.
This is just communism.
All right.
Better red than dead, yeah?
As you guys decide to wait, Riven, I knew you wanted to do something.
Before I set up that tent, I want a nature check. Make sure I'm not gonna sleep in like something bad.
Okay.
Okay. Papa's going in nature check. Come on, nature. Oh, 18.
You're able to find a nice flat area. No harmful shrubs, no harmful anything.
Amazing.
Okay.
I sleep.
Set it down and sleep.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Everyone else takes a nice rest as well. In the morning, I assume you all eat your breakfast.
I want to
and-
see that ransom poster.
Which poster?
The one that we're going to take care of now, because I want to know how much we're getting paid to do this.
I have it.
As you
I have it.
as you look at the board, you remember. Oh yeah, Riven tore the scroll off.
Riven. So I guess I'll just never know.
Okay. I assume you all go to bed, eat your stuff, and you guys are heading out now.
Mhm.
As the horses go through, basically how it goes is you guys are in the carriage. I'm gonna say Rem's driving it right now, as it is theirs. You've got the two horses settled onto it, with April's and then the community horse, or the group horse, I guess, on the side, walking along it.
Wait, one second. Are you talking to me?
No.
Okay, good.
As you guys are moving through, since you are actually on a cart and not on foot, all you guys by the end of the day will be able to get there.
Okay. Wait,
Riven, as the morning
they're gonna get there in one day?
as the morning comes, you are able to get the way there, and you are there with still more than half the day left, as it's
Did I
only
miss
5
anything
miles.
important?
You
Can I
guys are
see
now
the
on
so
the
I can see
road.
the town, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The town
Can
is
I get
just
like a
like
perception
5
to
miles
see what I
away
see?
from you. Yeah, perception.
15.
Okay. As you're looking, the thing that strikes you isn't anything about the town specifically. Besides one thing you see that it's wooden gates, like a wooden wall, and it's large. It's probably about 20 feet tall, and the gate's open. The other thing that strikes you as incessantly like odd. You don't hear anything.
Silent?
This town is a third of the size of Greywall, which is by far the largest town in Papihos, and you don't hear people, you don't hear horses, carts, anything.
Do I hear any undead? Do I see any undead? Do I see anything?
You don't hear anything, you don't see anything. It's just the open gate that leads into the town.
Okay, what I am gonna do then, since I do have half the day left, what I am gonna do is I am gonna set up camp here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up my tent. So that way, if they do come, they can see that like this is my camp spot, and I will be returning here. I think I kind of want to approach a little closer.
Okay, how close?
Maybe to that big open wooden gate.
Okay, you're going right up next to the gate?
Yeah, not quite in it, but you know, like so I can
Okay.
see better
So,
inside.
Yeah, the gate is the town, so if you go up to it, you'll just be right next to the town.
Yeah.
Okay. As you get up to it, you still hear nothing, and you put up your tent right next to the gate. Looking around, you see general like pieces of wood on the ground. You see not a lot of anything in the street. You do see some dark splotches on the ground. As you look in further, you can see what seems to be common in the towns in Papihos of a square. It leads into a square with a fountain in the middle. Other than that, there's quiet buildings lining the streets.
What time is it again? Now that I'm down here.
Now you're down there, it's like just straight up lunch.
Oh. Wait, how close am I setting up my camp to the gate? Can I
You
have it like a
said-
couple, like 100 feet back?
Sure, that's fine.
So it's not like right up on the gate, but like it's a distance away.
Sure.
Okay, cool. Anyways, I think now I know what I said about just scouting out, but this is scouting, right? This is scouting. I'm gonna go check out that fountain since it's like kind of like a center place.
Mm-hmm. You walk in, and everything is quiet. You can hear the clink of your metal reinforced boots against the wall, against the stone, the cobblestone, as you're moving across. And as you're looking, there's the fountain. It is dry and barren. And as you're looking around, there are like 4 large grates next to the fountain, just kind of going around it, maybe about like 15-20 feet away from the fountain. You still hear nothing.
I'm curious. I'm thinking out loud for this one. Curious about maybe making a loud noise, seeing if I can stir up any slight movement to see what's happening.
None of them can give you advice. You're alone.
I know. Thinking out loud. Can I consult the sword?
Sure. You pull out
I
the
don't know what the
sword.
sword's gonna tell me, but I'm gonna consult the sword.
You pull out the sword. What are you saying?
Deldrin, can you feel anything?
Tortured souls. So many souls. The city itself. The city itself moves. The city itself lives.
Deldrin, this is very cryptic, but I kind of understand. I don't want to be here anymore. I'm gonna head back to my tent
Okay.
and wait. I am very scared.
You quickly leave the town.
Deldrin said it all. He said it all.
You shuffle. Just kind of moving through. Yeah, and you move, you just camp. As you're moving out, there is a raven perched on the nook of your tent, and it has paper in its beak.
Me? Wait, sorry, what?
Yeah, there's a raven perched on your tent, and it seems to
Oh.
have like a paper in its beak.
Okay, well, I'm gonna slowly reach for the paper.
Okay.
To ensure I don't startle the bird.
It allows you to take it.
Okay. Is it like a note or is it just a paper?
As you unfurl it, you get the message from Rem, getting the carriage, commissioning. It's like 3 days at least. I believe it said a week at most. And then it says Rem at the bottom.
Carriage commission is taking time. Could be a week at most. See you then, Rem.
Well, it's already been 3 days, and I assume he sent this before I left.
How do you feel about getting a message from a bird, though?
It's pretty sick. Birds are cool. Birds are pure. Fly away, birdie.
Unless it's a
Um,
raven lich.
You know what?
Please,
I'm gonna.
you're
I'm
giving
gonna
him
assume,
ideas.
I'm
I've
gonna
already had
assume.
ideas.
I'm gonna
Bold
assume.
idea.
That the bird will return to Rem. So I'm gonna scribble something on the opposite side of that note.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Do you
already
have
here.
a quill or anything?
I do not, so I actually have an idea of something really primitive I'm gonna do.
Okay.
You could do it in blood.
I'm not gonna do that. That's a little too primitive. I do have torches. So can I find a stick? Can I get like?
Yeah,
can
you
I
can find a stick
anywhere?
pretty easily. The
Okay.
forest
Do I
to
need
the
a
north,
perception check or anything?
the forest to the forest to the north side is quite easily, you quite easily able to find a stick.
Okay. I'm gonna need to grab a stick, and I have stuff to make fire, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna burn the stick. I'm gonna make a primitive charcoal, and I'm gonna use that charcoal to scribble on the other side of the paper. But obviously, since it's a stick, I can write very little because I can't write much in fine print.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna write, "Am here." Really quiet. Come soon.
Okay.
I'm gonna give it back to Birdman.
Okay. The bird kind of takes a couple minutes to look at you, and he's just kind of cocking his head.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in his mouth. I'm gonna like try and shoot him away with my hands. You know what I mean? Like get out of here, shoot.
Okay.
I'm gonna do one of those. Try and edge him to move on.
Okay. As you shoo him away, he kind of caws at you, and then moves along, flying away.
Good job, Birdman.
See, that's the tricky part about it is, and I figured out what I want to name the carriage. By the way,
I saw.
I think it's really creative.
Yeah, everyone else, it just kind of is just moving along in the carriage. By the time it is dinner for you, Riven, you see and hear the sound of a carriage moving along.
I hear a carriage.
Mm-hmm. Moving from where you came on the road.
Okay, can I take a look at it?
Sure.
Do I need perception or anything?
Yeah, roll perception.
Okay. Oh, 4.
You just see a large carriage with something armored coming towards you.
Armored? That sounds scary. Leave the tent.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anywhere I can hide within 30 feet of my tent?
There is a very thick woods.
Hide in a bush. I'm
Okay.
gonna hide in a bush.
As you hide in the bush and they get closer, you can see that it is the group as they get closer.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna leave the bush.
Okay, make a strength saving throw.
Oh no. Okay. Oh, baby, you best believe it's a 19.
Okay, as you pull away, you realize that the branches of the trees and such and the shrubs seem to have been like latching onto you as you pull away and rip from it.
What? The
The
trees are alive.
And yeah. As you guys
Yeah,
pull
it
up,
is-
you can see Riven kind of pulling his way out of the thicker trees that are on the northwestern side of Lichten.
So this is us.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Yeah, you guys see.
I'm gonna approach you guys now and tell you all the wondrous things that have happened so far.
Cool.
Explain it to me because I wasn't listening during this section.
Hey, so first of all, that just happened right there. The trees kind of just grabbed me, so there's some sort of magic going on here. Secondly, the town obscurely quiet. I know I said I was just gonna scout, but I kind of took it upon myself to go inside of it because it was so quiet, and I heard nothing. If you know anything about undead, maybe they don't come out during the daylight. I don't know anything about that. Lastly, there was a moment in the middle of the woods on my journey here. I think it was the second night. People were approaching my tent, and it was a group of 3. I had to use some illusory magic to get out of there, but I was very fearful of them. They were wearing black armor. That is all, Rem.
Did they speak
They did
about
very
what?
faintly. So when I used my magic, one was telling the other to shush, and then the other asked if they should go see what that noise was because they thought it was a banshee. I'm not sure what their intentions were, but they were being mildly stealthy, so my assumptions could be that they were up to no good. Normally, I would have investigated it and maybe confronted them, because you know how I feel about bad doings. But I didn't want to have you guys far away and me get heavily injured.
If they're worried about banshees, I can't be certain they're undead themselves. And when you say blackened armor, nothing personally clicks for me. I could roll a history to see if anything personally clicks for me, but
Okay, if you want to.
honestly, as far as I know, I don't recognize what blackened armor would mean.
Yeah, you can roll one.
I'm gonna send you my backstory as I work on it,
That's fine.
because I'm trying to explain why I have as much knowledge about adventures as I do. 12.
Yeah, it doesn't ring
The-
a bell. Blackened armor, people that's... No, nothing rings a bell.
Undead that would be afraid of other undead doesn't ring a bell to me.
Do undead wear black armor?
Undead wear armor, but they rarely speak, and if it does speak, it wouldn't be afraid of another undead.
I also
Unless it was
maybe
white.
no, no.
Was it nighttime or daytime?
It was nighttime, but I have dark vision. I can see gray colors, but if it was black, it's black.
The only thing I could think that would move around at nighttime and be coherent would be whites or revenants. But if
See,
they're
I
afraid
have
of other
another
undead, I don't know.
I have another thing to think about maybe. I didn't think about this earlier, but if they did hear that banshee, they went to investigate where the banshee is, so they went to fight it. Do you think somebody would take time to fight something bad if they're bad themselves?
If it was an undead that was raised by someone else, they could have disputes like that.
Hmm.
But as far as I can tell, the only undead I know that would speak would the only undead I can recall right now that would speak are revenants, liches, whites. Most undead don't speak,
Fun fact, actually, I know everything about undead, fae, and fiends.
See, this is why we can't read chat. I know everything about undead. I have to read my monster manual,
you
but
can read.
Hold
You
up.
can read
basics
your.
wise, I would know everything.
You can roll a history check with
Me?
advantage.
'Kay.
Yeah, so you roll twice and you take the higher.
Wait, I have advantage on history?
Advantage on because you think it's about
Okay,
undead.
okay. 10.
I'm gonna consult.
Okay, 12.
Individuals in blackened armor who didn't seem to have any restricted movement and were talking coherent sentences. You don't think those were undead.
Okay. I knew this. Where should I write this? I'm gonna write it in other proficiencies and
Out of character, I need to refresh my memory because it's been a minute, but can I read my sections of my monster manual on all undead creatures? Since technically I would have that information.
If you want to, sure. I don't care.
I won't right now, but technically I'd have all information on undead creatures.
Alright.
And I'll send you my backstory to explain why I knew what that summon elemental spell was. I'll write that into my backstory so it makes sense. I'll write my knowledge in so it makes sense.
For all 6 of you, you are currently outside of the town as you see just a wooden gate about 20 feet high that is open. And looking in, the streets are empty, and there is a deafening sound of silence.
I'm going to use my eyes ability.
What is that?
Any undead I can see within 60 feet, I can recognize.
Okay.
And find the safest path to get through them.
Mm-hmm.
And you said you would also nerf it, to go through solid objects.
Mm-hmm.
So it would work because seeing them, I already know it's undead, but feeling them, you said you'd work with it.
Yeah, I've got something.
You got some notes on it. I'm using that just to see what I can sense.
You're just at the gate?
I'm at the gate. I'm looking into town.
Okay. As you focus in and you try to reach around for undead, you don't feel anything. Nothing.
That's strange. They said this town was undead.
Hey, maybe it's free money.
No. Riven said the town is empty. It's right outside one of the busiest towns. Something happened here. Either they're just not within range, or
Are we willing to get into a fight right now?
I
I
cannot.
say we wait till morning. What time is it? It was lunchtime when I went in there.
Right now it is
What is it
dinner
now?
time.
Dinner time. I say we wait until morning.
All right.
Okay.
Are there any animals
Because
close
I
to me?
will. So I'm gonna say this. I will go just in just like barely in. Use Thunderclap, which will just ring out for 100 feet, I believe.
Okay.
And then, not right now, in the morning.
Okay.
Let me
Okay.
make that clear. Not at this moment.
All right. So you all bed down and just bed rolls and.
Who's taking the first watch?
I will.
Okay. You take the first, I'll take the second.
I'll take the third. We'll
Alright.
split
Should
it up
only be
more.
2. Or yeah, whatever you
We should
want.
split it up more so that way we can get more sleep amongst us.
I've got all my spell slots, so I'm good to go for a bit.
All right. As you guys are going down, getting ready to bed down, who is taking the first watch?
April is.
Okay. April, you can roll whatever you want to. Perception, stealth, anything.
Let's roll perception, I guess.
Okay.
12.
Okay. As everyone's settling down and people start to nod off as the sun sets, almost seemingly immediately when the sun sets, you immediately hear something off in the distance. It's low, but it's very, very full. And
Do I know what direction it's coming from?
It's coming from the town.
Okay.
This very low noise slowly starts to grow as a minute ticks by and another. And every single minute it seems to be doubling in volume, growing, starting from a very soft sound to until it almost seems to be the sound of a town, although with this town it is not the sound of children playing or carts bustling or the horses' hooves against the cobblestone. It is a symphony of moans and wails and grunts and movements against cobblestone, and you hear the sounds of bodies hitting into wood and shuddering it. It is
okay.
very loud, just barely not loud enough to wake up the other members. But you've got no doubt in your mind there is something in there, and there is definitely a lot of it.
Any like nocturnal birds close to me?
As you look, there's seems to be nothing in the area. Everything
Okay.
living, including the animals, seem to have run as far away from this town as possible.
All right.
All right. Are you doing anything else on your watch?
No.
Okay. Who's next on watch?
Rem.
Okay. As you wake up, Rem, and you try to bed down, Rem, as soon as you're woken up, it seems to almost split into your mind of just the ever constant and very, very present sound of undead.
They're
Coming.
moving around the town?
Coming from the town.
I'm
And
going to use
April's waking
guidance.
you up. Okay.
And I'm going to explain to April, like, it's undead. For sure it's undead.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go poke around. If you hear anything, come get me.
All right.
I'm going to use guidance for the D4 for my stealth rolls right now.
Okay.
And since I have scale mail
Wouldn't
on,
hurt to wake
You
me
have
up.
disadvantage.
I'd have disadvantage with scale mail. I'm only going like through the front gate to poke around.
James, shut up. You're asleep.
With my guidance, I rolled a nat 20 and a 7, by the way, so I'm pissed.
That's so bad. With your guidance,
With my guidance and my stealth, it does come out to a 14.
okay. As you peek through and you move, how far in?
Just to the front gate, like a little bit past it. I'm tucking, like I'm trying not to be seen, and I'm
As
going to
you-
use my.
as you look
Or no, I'm
through, trying to keep yourself against the wall as much as possible, you see 15, 20, as it seems to just grow into this procession, walking from the northern side of the town, coming from the top, moving across this fountain area that you can now kind of barely see, lit only by the moonlight as they're moving southward along the town. Not in any particular order or seeming reason. Some hit themselves on the fountain, hit their legs on the fountain and kind of stumble, but they're all just seemingly moving around the town.
Undead. It's like skeletons, zombies, what?
They're not skeletal. And do you have dark vision as a gnome?
Yes.
Okay. You are able to see they are zombies.
All right, I'm gonna go back to the thing. I'm gonna use guidance and stealth back out.
Okay.
5 plus 5 is 10, plus 3 is 13.
All right, you move yourself back out to April.
I'm gonna explain to April. 20 and counting undead.
Wild.
I think we should wait for morning and find out where they're coming from. They're coming from the north gate. They don't seem to be leaving the town. I'm going to write this in my notes as well. The undead are large in number.
All right. And as they explain this to you, you bed down a little uneasy, April. Rem takes the rest of the watch. Is there anything else you'd like to do during your watch, Rem?
How close are we to the wall? Can I peek over it?
The wall is 20 feet high, so you can't peek over it, but you can move away from the camp a little bit. It's only a couple, he set it up a couple 100 feet away, so you could move up to it and just stay next to it instead of the camp. Or you can stay at the camp.
I don't want to test it by leaving the camp, so I'm just going to stay at the camp and be on high alert.
Okay. Your
Like,
time
I'm going to be
comes-
ready to launch off a spell if I have to.
Okay. Your time comes and goes. The sound of the undead ever present. Who has the third and final watch?
Me.
Alright.
I awaken from my slumber.
Well, Rem wakes you up and you can hear the undead now. This ever constant wail and moan.
Ah, would you look at that? There they are.
There are 20 and counting. We can't deal with that.
28?
20 and counting. There's more than 20. I
Can
saw
I do...
minimum 20.
Since I, know information about undead.
I also know information about undead. I don't think we should deal with this right now. It is within my very, very professional undead opinion. Now is not the time.
I have an undead opinion as well.
How many men have you buried?
Quite a few.
How many men have you buried?
Oh, men? None. I work
How
alone.
many people have you buried? In general.
Why? I'm not a gravesman. Why would I bury somebody?
How many nights have you spent in a graveyard?
I told you I work alone. I don't work with anybody.
In a graveyard, how many nights have you spent?
Oh, sleeping?
Yes.
Listen, I haven't written my character's backstory that much. I don't know very much.
I've slept in mausoleums for months and buried more men than I can count.
Listen,
Trust
okay,
me
my
when I
backstory
say
is
this is a
very
bad idea.
flimsy right now. I can
I'm
edit
just-
anything.
Look, okay, I'm just trying to appeal to you. Like,
Also, I am Azamar, so I live
Asimar.
the longest out of everybody. I don't think it's pronounced that.
Asimar is fine. Asimar, I think, is how it's said.
Yeah. Hold
I've
up.
never heard anything else.
We're gonna listen to it.
It's fine.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Just keep going, guys.
Fucking
Josh-
say it already.
Josh, just keep going.
Even undead, like undead aside, this would be a lot to deal with.
You're not gonna believe it's Asimar. Okay, anyway,
ASMR.
Ass.
what were you saying? What were we saying?
Even undead, like independent of the undead thing, that's more people than we can deal with.
With my knowledge of undead, can I recall the typical like health pool for an undead?
Roll a history.
I would
Okay.
just know the health pool.
Hold up.
With my background, I would just know it,
17.
wouldn't I?
Well, I have advantage on recall. Oh no, wait, I need to roll twice. My bad. Oh, it got even larger. 21.
Okay. As you go through, thinking of it, it's undead, especially undead that have still been able to remain with the skin, won't take too many shots to fall. The danger is in numbers overwhelming them. If you can get one alone, you look around at the group that you're with, you'd be willing to bet any one of them could take down a single, maybe 2 or even 4 easily. However, if what Rem is saying is true and there's 20 at least, any single person going in there would be a death sentence. Any single person alone would have no chance.
Rem, hear me out here. There are 7 of us.
There were 6.
Do you want to wake
There's
everybody
6.
else up and fight in the dark?
No.
2 of us can't see in the dark.
No. We're not. I'm not saying we fight right now. I'm saying we hunt them in the morning.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just don't think we should do this right
What
now.
were we arguing about then? No, I know we shouldn't fight it right
You
now.
were like, I want to go in, and I'm like,
No. I did not say that.
look, during the daytime, I think we can investigate and it'll be fine. I
Yeah,
just think
yeah.
right now it's a bad idea.
Okay, well, we're in agreement. Go to sleep, Rem. Go to sleep. It's my turn to watch.
No, I need my monster manual. I need to brush up my knowledge.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna
But
take a
I'm going to
second.
bed as a character. Yeah, I'm
I'm
out.
gonna roll an investigation. Can I roll an investigation? See what I get out of that.
On what?
How many are there? Or is that a perception?
That'd be perception. Perception is looking
Okay.
at something. Investigation is like taking into your hands, shuffling through something.
We'll do a perception then.
Okay.
Oh, baby. 19, baby.
Okay. As you move away, you do have to get closer, so I'm gonna have you roll your stealth with disadvantage.
Oh,
Because you
God.
do have to get to the gate.
Oh, first roll was insane. Second roll was the opposite of insane. My first roll, I got a nat 20. My second roll, I got a 2.
What is your stealth plus?
Let me see. Plus 2, so 4.
Okay. As you get to the door, I actually have something to show you.
How many? You better be watching this, since you're awake.
I'm
You better
asleep.
be ready.
No.
No, you said you were awake.
No,
I mean, I said I was laying down as a character. I'm looking over what I should know as a character.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
So you are awake.
Riven, as you go in and look through the gate, you see
Oh no.
this.
Man, I got an amazing perception, but I got a garbage stealth.
As you move through, you can see stuff. You're looking, and to the left, you see a dark green building that you can pick out being a guard post. You look to the right, and you see a larger one with a broken sign hanging from it that says there's a tavern moving up different houses that are boarded up, broken through. And you see 2 undead moving. And then
What direction are they moving?
south. And then you see more. And then you see more as they start filling this procession,
Oh.
this deadly procession. of just moving through. As there are so many moving through, you see them not paying attention to much, just kind of moving through. And one seems to stumble and fall and falls over. The rest of them seem to move out of sight.
Okay.
Moving
So they're
southward.
moving south.
Moving around. And then how far does your dark vision go?
Dim light 60 feet. I can see in darkness as if it were dim light. So I think still 60
Okay.
feet.
So you
but
can
just
see
it's
to the
dim.
square, but you can't see past. All of
Yeah.
a sudden, the one that is tripped over slouches, and you hear a crack of bone as it moves its hand upwards, rights itself, and starts moving towards you.
Ooh.
Ah.
Looks like I'm gonna have to teach this boy a lesson. Hold up. But before I fight, can I do an information recall about undead?
Sure.
Or is it too late?
I mean, as it's moving towards you, you can try to think.
Alright, I'm gonna think about this. Are undead attracted to noises? Let's get a history, baby.
Okay, roll advantage.
Oh, that first roll was really bad. That second roll was better. Okay, we got 18.
Yeah, undead like noise. You think that it's probably the clanking of your armor.
Hmm.
It has drawn it to
So
you.
it's best for me to try and do this silently. Does magic typically make noise?
Depends on the spell.
I'm assuming Eldritch Blast would be pretty loud, so we're not gonna do that. Okay. I'm gonna allow him to approach.
When he is. Slowly but surely. As he moves closer and closer to you. And now he's almost on you by now. He's 20 feet away.
Okay, this is it.
I'm looking at the map and I'm afraid.
Roll,
I am going
roll initiative. It is trying to kill you.
to roll initiative. Oh, baby! Let's get a good initiative! Oh, no! I got a 2.
Okay.
Oh, plus
As-
2. 4. I have a
As,
4 initiative
as
total.
you're even thinking about, okay, I gotta fight this, it comes up to you, snarls, and you see the blood leaking down its mouth as it
Gross.
swings at you. 7 to hit. Does not hit. As you move out of the way of its slow body. It's your turn.
Okay, I'm not taking any chances. I'm gonna hope that Helminia has heals. I'm going to slice my hand open. Let me see how much damage I take.
You know what class I am, right?
Yeah, cleric. You
You're
should have
fine.
healing.
You're good.
I'm gonna take 3 points of damage. So I never healed, so I'm down to 20 now.
Okay, as you slice your hand, the blue starts glowing with its pale blue light.
Oh, this guy's gonna get it. This guy's gonna get it. I'm gonna roll for an attack. 14.
14 hits.
Beautiful. And D10 plus the bonus damage. Okay, we got 6.
6 damage as you slice it across, and you see the blade leave a mark across it that's just frost slowly creeping over. It is going to swing again at you.
Okay.
12 to hit.
Does not hit.
Okay. Is it misses? It's your turn.
Once more, I will swing at it. 21.
21 hits.
Okay.
Roll damage.
Bonus. 3.
3 points of damage as you slice across its chest again. It's just slowly moaning and snarling at you.
I am the worst at killing.
It is going to swing again at you.
Okay.
That's a 19.
That hits.
As it does, 5 points of bludgeoning as it slams its arms into you. You feel it raking across your scale mail, and your armor's taking the brunt of the impact, but it's stronger. It's stronger than it should be as a person. The undead power that keeps it going might have given it something. Roll for
Ouch.
your turn, I guess.
Okay, I'm gonna roll for that attack again. What was that? 16.
Hits.
Beautiful. Oh my gosh. 3.
3 points of damage as you slice through it. You see part of the skin peeling off and a chunk of its pick fall away. As it swings at you with a 10 to hit as it misses. Part of its muscle causes the arm to just fall down limply.
Dude, this
Okay.
thing, I am terrible at killing. We're gonna swing again. Oh, nat 20.
Nat 20 hits. You roll both of your dice and double them.
Oh, sweet. Okay, 12.
12 points of damage as you take it and its head flies off as a falls, hits the ground with a wet slap. It dies.
Delicious.
All of a sudden, as it quiets down for a second besides the normal moaning, you can hear drawing closer and hissing coming from around you.
Oh no. Can I roll a perception to see where that is?
Sure.
Okay. 18.
As you're listening, you can hear now banging coming from so many areas around you, coming from the buildings, minus the tavern and the guard post, the guard barracks. Other than that, basically every building around you has undead slamming, and you realize
Oh no.
this is probably going to draw more.
Okay. Guard post. Guard post. I think I'm gonna stay here, but how close are we to dawn? Where everybody would wake up.
Since you are the last watch, there's probably 2 more hours.
Okay, I'm going, instead of waiting, because I'm, actually no, I should fall back. I only have 15 hit points. Okay, we're gonna fall back.
Okay, you fall back.
Run away.
Um,
Run to camp.
you go back and no one else has seemed to woke up.
Okay, I'm gonna check on Helminia first because he 90%. Yeah, Rem. Why am I saying Helm? We're going to
Hi.
Rem. Rem, are you awake?
I'm awake now that you're yelling at me.
Rem, I'm gonna need you to help me. I am very hurt. I made a foolish decision. I went down there because I wanted to scope it out myself because obviously, you know, you can trust somebody, but I need to verify it. And you're right. There's a lot of undead in there, and I kind of am not the stealthiest with my armor. I accidentally engaged one. I took a lot of hits. Can I get some healies?
Did I or did I not tell you?
Listen, that is not the discussion right now. I am hurt.
Did I or did I not tell you to not fuck around and find out?
Listen, I found out. You're right, Helminia. Or Rem. Remilia. Rem, you're right.
I hear you out, but my spells are precious. And okay, but please be care. No, not even please. Be careful in the future.
Okay.
You are a man that smells of blood, and I respect that because our hatred of the undead lines up. But while you hate everything that is evil, the undead are my business, my mission, my duty, and my promise. Please listen to me from now on when it comes to this particular thing.
Fine. You have my word.
I'm going to heal him for. Let's hope I don't roll a 1, all that shit I was talking. I got all these D10s. Have 8 healies.
Oh, thank you. Kimochi.
What did you learn while you were in town?
Um,
Did you bring the body back?
I did not. I should have done that. Yeah, I should have done that. I didn't think about that.
I mean, it's daytime.
It's 2 hours till daytime.
Well, what do you tell me? What happened while you were in town? I didn't
Okay.
approach. You approached.
I tried.
What did you learn?
I tried checking it out. I saw a lot of them. They were heading down south of the village. One of them did hear me though, so he did approach me. I learned that the guard tower and the tavern seem to be empty. So if we do go tomorrow, we should check the guard tower. Maybe we could find supplies and something to help fight. Tavern might also have stuff that we can use. So we should check those two places first. But after that, I think we should check southern of the town. That's all my information.
It's
Also, they hurt
few-
like a truck. They hurt like a truck.
Look, out of character, I told you not to do that shit.
Listen, you did tell me. I'm not gonna listen though. Well,
In
I will.
character, I will tell you. Can you finish out your guard so I can
Of
finish
course.
sleeping? I've wasted a spell slot, so I'm not gonna wake up fully ready. But
Yeah.
Get rested. Get rested.
I have to rest up.
All right. So Rem goes.
You know what? You should go to sleep too, and we should have a full rest. And it doesn't appear as though they're leaving the gates, right? They're going from north to south.
Not that
So
I've
I
seen.
think
Yeah, I
we
haven't.
we can both sleep, get the full rest. I'll fix my spell slots. You'll fully heal. We'll be ready to go.
Okay, I'm going to my tent.
Okay. Both of you sleep. Everyone.
Full rest.
You guys will take an extra like 2 hours from the others.
Some reason I thought Jacob was gonna say, "Everybody roll for initiative." No.
No.
You never know.
So Gilgamesh, Zex, Cinnamon, and April, you all wake up, realizing Rem and Riven is in his tent, and Rem is asleep. It is daytime, and you guys don't hear anything. The town is quiet.
Can I tell everyone else is awake what I know?
Yeah. So
Cool.
Gilgamesh, Zex, Cinnamon, you all are told by April that as the night comes, the dead seem to rise up with the moon, and the city becomes alive, seemingly.
All right. Well, what do we want to do for now then? Because it looks like both Rem and frickin' Riven are both still asleep. So I don't know what we can really do to prepare.
I mean, we should probably. I mean, if there's anything you can do to prepare right now, probably just do that. But I think we should wait for Rem and Riven to wake up before
Right.
we go do anything.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so you guys just waiting?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
suppose so.
All right, as you guys wait through, about 2 more hours pass. The sun gets a little bit higher in the sky. Nothing seems to come from the town or anything else. Riven and Rem stir awake. Everyone's had a long rest now.
Cool.
And now everyone's awake.
I get out my snackies and
And
eat it
now
with
that
the
everyone's
meal.
awake, I'm gonna say I think it's time to go wake the dead with some loud noises.
First of all,
The undead outnumber us about. There's 6 of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
if we can take at least
Almost 5 to 1.
5, minimum 5 each, I think we
Mhm.
can be fine. We need to engage at a distance.
Just so you guys know, if we can get them to group together, that is best case scenario, because then I can shatter the shit out of them.
We can group them together at night, but if memory serves me correctly, you're not going to make a roll history on undead life pool, are you?
You're fine.
No.
You're good.
That is not going to do enough. The undead are resilient to the damages of this world, and the foul energies that keep them alive, if you don't hit them hard enough, they'll fight their way back. This particular undead that I've dealt with. I think we should go through town, and Riven told me that the guards' quarters and the tavern are unoccupied.
Okay.
Those would be good places within town, especially the guard tower, for us to scout a bit. I also noticed them coming from the. Let me second. I also saw them coming from the north of town, heading towards the south. So I think we should investigate the north of town first. I think
Okay.
they're originating from there.
All right. Sure.
But
I would like to go down in there anyway, so that I can get a sort of lay of the land, like you guys have already seen.
they outnumber us 5 to 1 at nighttime. Riven last night went to scout it out and was approached by a singular undead and almost died.
So my question is then, under the light of day, since you're the expert in this, under the light of day, is it going to be easier to deal with them?
They don't appear to be moving during the day, but from what I've seen of this particular type of undead, the daylight will not serve as a deterrent if we attract enough of them.
Okay.
They're separated as of now, but if you bunch them all together, there won't be any negatives towards them that would benefit us. They would attack the same way they would at night during the day if we bunch them up together. But it seems they've separated. So with smaller numbers, it's better for us. But if we bunch them up, the end goals, the end result's the same.
All right. Well, let's go scout it out.
Okay. So you guys head through and go down to it. Go down to the actual town. You all go through the door. You see just the kind of flattened and bloated flesh of the undead that you killed Riven on the ground.
Okay.
Other than that, it's quiet.
I'm going to
Can
search this
I-
undead.
Oh, okay.
Roll investigation.
$21.
The undead has not on it, but simple clothes. Doesn't seem to have anything important on it at all.
How long has it been? Well, I already have a time frame on all that. I don't need to ask that, but it doesn't have anything on it. And I know that it's I know the undead that it is. I have my monster manual, but I know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Give or take.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna look at it, but I peeked over.
I think I'm gonna check out the guard post.
Okay.
I'm going to join you.
Where is it? I'll go with you because I
Right
want to
there.
investigate.
Okay.
Wow.
As you go to the guard post, you open the door, and it is dark. quiet, there's blood on the ground, and it seems to go back a lot farther than you thought it was, and you think this barracks must go back at least 30, 40 feet.
Okay. Dark
Riven,
vision,
you
can I
told me this was
see
unoccupied.
anything?
Since it is dark, you can see it goes from a kind of like almost like a locker where people would take armor from to
Okay.
like a small area before the in between, and then finally with like beds at the back.
Okay.
And down at the back, 40 feet along, one of the beds has been pulled over, and it covers a bit of it, and they're all like bunk barrack beds.
Okay. I do want to check that armor place. See
Okay.
what I can find.
As you're looking, every single shelf is bare. As you're passing between, nestled in between one of the two of the different things is a helmet, and it has a sizable dent up near the head.
Can I roll investigation and see what the helmet's made out of?
Sure.
Let me pull up my character sheet again. Okay. Okay, we have 16.
The helmet seems to have been made out of just simple iron.
Okay.
As you're looking it over, and you pick it up, you can hear the trickle of blood as it runs down, and you turn it over, and the inside has been coated with blood. It's crusted, kind of gelled now as it's moved out, but there's still like the sizable dent at the top of it.
I'm gonna set it down.
Okay, you put the helmet.
Somebody
back
else
down on
wants
the
to do
floor.
something.
Is this
No.
place storied?
Is it what?
Is it two-storied? Like,
As you are looking as it goes in, yes, it does appear that there's a second story to it.
I would like to start heading up.
Okay. You don't see a stair where you are at the front of it.
I'd like to go in.
Okay. You step in,
And
and you see
see
the
what I
same thing with dark vision of lockers, intermediate space, and then bunk beds with the one pulled over at the end.
I can't see a stairwell here.
You see a door. You do not see a stairwell at the end.
I'd like to open that door.
Okay, as you're making your way through and you make your way past Riven, roll perception.
Nat 20.
You hear the sound of dripping, slow, like a faucet that's been on for a long time. Just drip, drip, drip. And as you're
Past the door?
thinking it's past the door, it's on the other side.
I'm going to explain this to Riven. I hear dripping. I think something's bleeding out in here, and I want
Think
to
so.
slowly crack open the door.
Okay, as you move to
Oh.
the door, there is a bed blocking between you and the door right now. You just gonna climb over it?
I'm gonna look to Riven and ask, "Do you think we can move this?
Yeah, let's
Do you
move it.
think we should?"
Is it like? Do I have to perception check this? Is it like blocking the door?
It is a larger bed, so it is blocking most of your view of the door. The bottom half of the door you can't see,
Okay.
and it would take.
So
you
is it
guys-
preventing it from opening the door? Is what I'm
No,
asking.
it would take you guys a
Okay.
little bit to climb over it, though, and it would impede
Let's
your
move
guys'
it.
movement.
Yeah, let's just move it.
Okay.
Let's move it then.
Roll a strength check. Whoever's trying to move the bed.
Together?
Can we do it?
Sure.
got 18.
I got a 6.
Okay. It's mostly Riven, but Rem, you look like you're helping as a put it back up. Immediately as you guys pull up the bed, everyone with dark vision can see there's a body nestled right next to the door. Young man, brown hair. Part of his face is caved in, bleeding profusely. Not moving. He's wearing chainmail along his body.
How much can I see into this room from this little slit that we've made?
The door is still closed. It is the bed was blocking your view of the body. It is the door and then the body next to the door.
Oh.
The door is closed.
We haven't even gotten through the door.
Nope.
If the thing is alive, I'm gonna need to make a con save. Ring a ding ding.
Okay. Nothing seems to happen.
I'm gonna explain to Riven that means it's probably not alive. I don't think it's
Okay.
alive.
Would it be, Rem, would you tell the others if I just, like, mercilessly chopped its head off just to purely check?
Wait a minute, because this is a character thing that I have to come to terms with. I don't believe in violating graves, but violating corpses is something I never thought about. It is something I thought about. I'm going to let it pass because it is an emergency situation. But I'm going to ask you to be very gentle.
Gilgamesh, Cinnamane, Zex, April, are you guys doing anything?
I am waiting.
Okay.
Yeah, I am too. I'm just kind of watching them do whatever, staying vigilant.
Okay.
Can I roll perception just kind of as I look out, as far as, look out maybe into the square?
Yeah. Welcome.
12.
12. As you're looking, you don't see much. You just notice the fountain's dry and there's the grates for seemingly if the fountain had overflowed. All right. As the two of you are looking, you guys have that conversation. What are you guys doing?
So you don't care?
Keep the
remember
head
him
and
saying he
body
doesn't care.
together. Keep the head and body together.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Well, I'm gonna take a good old swing at this guy's neck.
Okay. You get advantage because it's lying down, so roll twice to hit.
18.
Okay.
Wait, what do I need? Do I need an attack?
That's an attack roll, yeah.
Okay, then 22.
Okay, it just it bites into the neck and it kind of moves in, and you see the eyes that are open are just dull and lifeless, and it doesn't even flinch, and the body just kind of as you take the blade out of its neck.
Looks good to me.
We should move him outside, and we should put him near the wall, and then anyone else that's not reanimated, I want to move them outside of the wall and bury them later on.
Okay.
Okay. Who's
But
taking
if
the
you have to
body?
do that from now on, just please keep all the pieces together.
Yeah, understandable.
Okay. Who's taking the body out?
I will probably because I have the best athletics, I think.
I go up to about your hips.
Yeah.
So you, Riven, you drag this human outside. You just put him next to the wall.
Okay.
Yeah. What are you guys doing?
April's just watching me do that.
Yeah. Everyone else just sees Riven dragging this body out.
As we're going out, like as he's going out, I'm gonna follow him,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna say, Zex, see what you can see by the well.
All right, I'll go take a peek.
Okay. As Zex moves to the well, he looks around. Doesn't look like there's a gate anywhere else.
That's good.
as you look to the north, there's a large, seemingly mansion. As you look to the east, there's just simply a wall. Same with the south.
All right.
As you are walking through the square, you can see there's blood and dark stains everywhere on the cobblestone around the square.
All right.
Noticeably more than any of the other side streets or main streets.
All right. I'm gonna retreat back a little bit now that I've seen. Relay the information.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So there's a mansion to the north, and to the south and east, there's just a wall.
Well, they were moving south, so it's just a wall there?
Yeah.
Interesting.
That means they came from the mansion then.
Should we check out the mansion or check out the south then?
I think we should kind of check all of the buildings because the undead that were here last night, they're staying somewhere, and if all these pathways end in walls, so
So that's good because if we
this
can
and
hole
this-
out, we can hole out like right back here, we can get them all like limit their flow.
I don't want to leave any of the undead alive for sure. I want to
Okay.
get rid of them.
I
But if
agree.
they're coming from the north and there's a house up here, that for sure means they're coming up from here. And
Mhm.
if they're stemming from there, that means something is there raising them. They wouldn't come from there naturally. If there is any like negative energy stemming from there, I don't think they would be hiding during the daytime. They would just kind of gently mill about. The fact that they're hiding from us means that they're
Mhm.
taking direction from something.
All right. Have you guys finished looking through the guardhouse yet?
No. We were
Found
just
one
moving his
body,
body.
I want to keep poking through that door. I want to get like a vantage point.
Okay, I
we
suggest
don't-
you do that then.
Okay.
Do you
Did
want to
not-
keep an eye towards that manor to the north, just in case?
Yeah, I'll head out to the fountain and I'll do that. What time
And-
is it? Just looking at the sky real quick.
It's still morning. Only like
All right.
9 or 10.
Yeah, okay. April's got the idea. I was thinking we should probably not split up into single groups, especially after what happened to me last night.
Yep.
I think it'll be okay because we have Gilgamesh right here. Gil, do you want to like go with them
No.
and keep watch,
There's
and
a
then when we're
reason.
done with here, we'll look at all these buildings here.
Yeah. It'll split perfectly the group.
Yeah.
Wait, so what are you proposing me?
Go with April and Zex to keep an eye on this manor to the north. Me and Riven will clear out the guard tower, and then we'll all regroup, check these buildings, and then as the night falls, whoever takes the watch will do it in the guard tower, and hopefully get view of that manor, so we can see what happens up there. Is my idea.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And fucking Cinnamon's here. Cinnamon, are you still here?
Hello?
Are you still here?
Yeah.
Since you
Okay.
have high stealth, while they're like keeping an eye, you can kind of poke through the buildings closest to them. So like here or here,
Mm-hmm.
while we clear this out. And
So,
then
hold up. Crucial information. Forgot to mention this. Last night when I did find out that these two buildings were clear, there were undead in like everywhere else.
yeah, so they're gonna be in these buildings unless
Yeah.
either they're gonna be in this building or they're all gonna have funneled back into the manor. Because you said Zex can see a wall this way and a wall this way, and there's nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
would
assuming
just-
he'd see some buildings here and here if they existed.
Everything else is just standard stone wood buildings.
So yeah, just kind of Cinnamon check this building here and this building here, close to them in case something pops off. You can kind of help. If shit goes off, me and Riven will come out and like flank whatever you're dealing with, and then April and Zex, you keep your eyes to the north. Gilgamesh, keep your eyes to the east. Cinnamon, check this building here, right? And this building here.
All right.
While me and Riven clear out the guard tower, because tonight I want this to be the place that we do our watch from.
Real quick, breaking character real quick. It's almost 12:30, and
Yeah,
I have to get to bed.
I'm gonna end the session in 3 minutes. It's okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
it's
didn't even
almost
think
over.
about that. I did not even think about
Are
that.
we gonna do a Saturday session, or are we gonna wait all the way until next Thursday?
I can't do Saturday.
So we're gonna
Okay.
wait all the way until next Thursday. So you want to just
Like
call it here
Thursday.
before we split up?
Yeah.
So as I'm gonna say, as you guys split up, Riven and Ram going towards the towers, and Cinnamon starting to poke through the buildings. April, Gilgamesh, and Zex are standing at the square. The towering presence of the manor almost, now that you're thinking of it in this possibly evil context, seems even more foreboding and lonely and gloomy. Thinking about it kind of puts you all off slightly. Riven and Rem, you guys look at each other and steel yourselves and head back into the guard post. And with that, I will end the session tonight. I was letting it go on a little bit. Normally we end at midnight, but you guys were starting to get in the groove of the town. But everyone, thank you for Josh for being a wonderful guest for tonight.
You're stuck now.
Hopefully,
Yeah, I don't think I can be a guest
I
anymore.
don't-
I think
I
I'm
don't-
stuck.
No, you're stuck.
I feel like Josh feels like he's stuck for next Thursday.
At the very least, next Thursday.
Hopefully he'll be coming back. And yeah. Thank you to everybody who watches the stream, and thank you to everybody who plays in the game. This is really fun. I really enjoy doing this with you guys. And we hit a new viewer record this stream of 20 people watching at once.
Oh wow.
That's pretty crazy.
Looking at Twitch, over 50 different people came and stopped by and gave us a look throughout the
That's
entire
good.
But yeah, we'll be picking this up next Thursday of the mystery of what's happening in Lichten. And thank you everybody so much for watching the stream. My name is JC, and I will see you all in the next stream or video. Have a great night, guys.